We have 2 more minutes to pay attention to our makeup, our hairstyle, to look beautiful on TV. And we are starting our conference in about 20 seconds. Good morning, everyone. So this is the moment when we are starting our meeting this year, Made in Wrocław, driven by intelligence, as you've seen. My name is Jarosław Kuźniar, and I was born about 60 kilometers away, so I feel at home here. So welcome everyone in the room. Although the lights blinding me on stage make it impossible for me to see you, but I'm happy that you are in good health, happy, and that you are coming back physically here to the room, to our conference. Soon it will be normal again. So very soon those present both in the room and those present online will be able to participate in this meeting. So to all our guests online, I'm really sorry that you are not here, because this is a beautiful city with fantastic, vibrant energy. We are about to start the first panel soon, one of the 3 that we have for you. We don't have a special cake because we could blow the candles in one blow simply, but this is the 5th edition of Made in Wrocław, where we share knowledge, we show how business living here in Lower Silesia manages in an excellent way with artificial intelligence, which you'll be able to hear and see soon. In this hybrid world that we are starting now on, be living forever, will provide us with this opportunity to join us anywhere they want in the world to share the knowledge. Networking is also a very important thing. Physically, it's probably a bit different than online. But regardless where you are, our dear guests, we are now very close. Centennial call. You can still join us on Facebook, YouTube, wherever you can reach us. And also, you are most welcome to share your thoughts. If your workplace, both hybrid and real, can contribute to our discussion today, that's more welcome. We are going to discuss smart city, e-commerce, etc. So join us. We'll be looking our eye on chat. So we'll be sharing also your thoughts, and I will be grateful for your support as well. So again, my name is Jarosław Kuźniar, and I'll do my best to give you a lot of knowledge, a lot of chances and space to our guests to share their experiences with artificial intelligence, how they use it in everyday life, how they met with it, if there is more anxiety in them, the leaders and their teams, about artificial intelligence, or whether this is something that we need to tame in a wise way. How AI is driving Wrocław, we'll find out soon with our speakers, special guests. The crucial points here are that I want this conference to be open officially by Magdalena Okulowska, the chairwoman of Wrocław agglomeration. So a big round of applause. Good morning. A very warm welcome on the special, the 5th edition of Made in Wrocław, a conference that combines academia, science, and business. For the 5th time, I'm very happy that today we can meet physically here, although you can see us, watch us globally everywhere. So also a very warm welcome to our online guests. Last year, we organized this event in a very difficult pandemic times, but it was already with a very optimistic slogan, Wrocław never slows down, and we didn't slow down. Now we made one step forward. We are thinking about even further leap into the future. That's why today we are driven by intelligence. Artificial intelligence goes into commerce, business, industry, medicine, and gives us a lot of chances to develop, lots of challenges to leaders and people, teams. And that's what we are going to discuss. Again, Wrocław grows to be a very important center of artificial intelligence, research and development of AI. Why? Because there is no AI without I, and our I, that is people, are our greatest asset. They are creative, educated, courageous, and first of all, very active. It is you are the core, you are the value, and you make Wrocław to be such an important, strong center, economic center, not only in Poland, not only in Europe, but globally. I would like to thank to our panelists, guests, also guests in Made in Wrocław studio, because they are going to add the most to the value of this event. So I would like to thank all sponsors, all patrons, media patrons, and the host, the city of Wrocław, above all. I'd like to thank to the excellent team of Wrocław agglomeration for their contribute. They've always been very supportive. They have a lot of heart putting in this event. So once again, thank you very much for arriving here and joining us today. Thank you so much, Magdalena Okulowska, the chairwoman of development of Wrocław agglomeration. I aware that the Chinese, who globally looking are either the leaders or at a peer with other countries, they've already realized that there will be a moment when people switch on TV and we would see a person looking like a human, but being artificial intelligence. They wouldn't have any problems with speaking, breathing, and they will be very smooth and efficient. Repeating. So e-commerce, that's the first panel. But before we go that, I would like to invite Jakub Mazur, the Deputy Mayor of Wrocław, to welcome you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning in Wrocław, first of all. A very warm welcome to everyone who are watching us, looking at me here. It's a huge group of people, of not only people who love Wrocław and artificial intelligence, but also the future that is being forged here, that we create for the benefit of our residents, for our regions and communities. So a warm welcome on behalf of my own, Jacek Sutryk, my own colleagues who today, together with you, will be discussing future of Wrocław here. The future of development of this commune and the European city as Wrocław is. Personally, every year, I'm looking forward to this event in autumn. Again, I have the pleasure to be here to learn what is essential, what pushes Wrocław forward, not only because the patterns that we create here later on are implemented also in other cities and businesses and other countries, which makes us really happy because, after all, we are ambitious to become a benchmark, not only for our Polish colleagues, but also globally. So artificial intelligence as a phenomenon has been affecting us in all elements of our life, in all time. We all have smartphones, different gimmicks, we wear them, we carry them on us. This pushes us every time to make more steps, eat better, meet people we should be seeing. Don't believe that. Everything is in us, in our heads, because this intelligence is, first of all, a human being. So while speaking about that, we speak about artificial intelligence, which is created based on human-centric aspects. Because even in directives of 5.0 industry or artificial intelligence, which has to have this ethical dimension as well, all European agendas and our national agendas, first of all, business and academia centers, focus on a human being and development of people, because they want the algorithm, self-learning algorithm, to improve our life, quality of our life, rather than hindering it. So I'm very happy that among the 4 panels that we have, the topics that we are going to discuss, they are the essential ones that focus on leadership. They help us as well, the government, the management of Wrocław, to take better decisions. So I'm very happy that we have medtech here with us, and e-commerce, and a very pioneering topic that's been cultivated in Wrocław for more than 10 years, that is smart city. These are the topics which are very vibrant in city. They build it, they build Wrocław, they share good practices and to share some good thoughts with you, ideas. In Wrocław, we focus on good development, but on qualitative, not quantitative development. And to confirm that, there is yet another award we got last year, a report. Pushman, Whitfield, and Westfield published a report which showed how important Wrocław is, how economically powerful it is. So when benchmarked with Warsaw, the alpha city, the capital city, we are #1. What is most important, the soft factors, culture, safety, education, accessibility, quality of life, and medical healthcare services. Usually, we've been the first in the country. You had the top position, and this is going to be the core of our discussion today. The qualitative growth, improving the quality of life of Wrocław residents, but not only. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, a warm welcome to everyone. Welcome in Wrocław, and have excellent discussions, panels. I know there will be some difficult questions as well, so hopefully get at least some answers. But first of all, collaboration and networking. Networking that pushes us forwards, unites us as well, because Wrocław unites and inspires. That's our mission, and that's our goal for today as well. Last but not least, as we are discussing artificial intelligence, I hope that we all will be able to go through the Turing tests at the end of this day today. Thank you very much, Jakub Mazur, our substantial sponsors are ABSA and several other partners, so we'll be able to hear 4 different panels. You have a nice team of experts discussing how artificial intelligence can be used, will be used, was, and what conclusions were drawn to use it in a different way. So e-commerce, smart city, and medtech. So we are starting with a panel leader and team in the era of artificial intelligence. So Corner Soda, ABSL, our partners. So this is a hybrid edition. So still, we are not going to give you any moment of peace. You'll always be able to look in Made in Wrocław studio with some more guests coming, more topics and more knowledge to share, and benefit from it wherever you are watching us now, Vimeo, Facebook, YouTube, whatever, wherever you are in the world, any time of the day, share the link for the most possible viewers see it and carry it forward, spread the word. For those who watch us online, we have 3 attractive technological rewards, but you need to stay alert. Artificial intelligence never gets bored. It can last forever, but how we are handling it as human beings, we are going to discuss it. As the mayor mentioned it, all of us present here in this room, we know and feel that we are in touch with artificial intelligence, and we realize we need to give way to it sometimes. Yesterday I saw that one of the banks was boasted that they allowed a bot somewhere delighted, others were terrified because they had bad experiences, previous experiences. So how much the artificial intelligence is going to learn from us and how much we are going to learn from it, we are going to find out it. So about mentioning the steps that the artificial intelligence makes us make more steps, we divided the place in the room in such a way that the first person joining me on stage will have most steps to make. So Dr. Grzegorz Bełc, professor of the University of Wrocław. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 20 steps. Dominika Kavala, director of 3M Super Hub company in Wrocław. Paweł Chałubiński, general manager and chairman of the board, Collins Aerospace Wrocław. Marcin Sieńczyk, chief technology innovation officer, Poland and Eastern Europe, Randstad. Małgorzata Strzelbicka, president of the board, MST Automation, and Michał Wędzicha, ABSL member, regional manager, Aztec Polska company. So they are all most welcome on the stage. They all have mics and audience in front of them, both physically and online. So Dominika, if I could start with you. You are a person who is responsible for over 2,000 people who work with you. Looking at you as a leader, but also as a team, you or the team can be more aware that artificial intelligence is not the future. This is something that we need to be dealing now. Who is it easier for? So good morning, everyone. I think that both sides need to face a lot of challenges, because we need to go through the change management process, both mentally and technically. And I think that what a manager who runs teams like that, be it larger or small, needs to have a priority to sell the change. By persuading employees and ourselves that this is the directions we need to take, and I believe in that, to increase our profitability, our cutting edge on the market, the whole process needs to be clearly made in a very smart way. to show the goal, what all employees can find in there in a production company, starting from an operator to the manager. If they don't know what's in there for them, we won't be able to process the change in the time that we have for that. I know that the technology itself forces us to act fast, and how we are going to show the change is going to affect the success we are going to have. In 3M, we try to show the solutions, artificial intelligence solutions on different levels. So big data is the topic that our specialists and engineers work on, but we also try to implement different solutions that make it easier for work to people at every stage. So autonomous forklifts, where an employee who makes several steps from A to B with the forklift can take a breath because their way of working is modified. He has the forklift that works for him, and simultaneously, by being an operator of an advanced control panel, he also increases his competences, and we need to deal with that. Exactly, increases competences. I wanted to ask Grzegorz Betz about that. Does your experience show that those convince them that what you've been doing was great, but now you need to get prepared to do something, so get to grips to that? What's the response here? It's a different response. Some people are open to changes, some are slightly afraid of that. So it really depends on the experience they had. If they work in a company where this change has already been there and the change was positive for them, they are happy. They are excited. Organizations which want to be innovative, they need to do their best to introduce several changes, because in order to make a breakthrough, you need to implement several small changes in the lives, in the way that people operate. So in this sense, of course, a typical answer of a theoretician is it depends. So it's the same in practice. Does it depend on the age?
The theory would advise me that it depends, that older people are much more grounded in their knowledge, experience, but I tend to meet many people who are older and they're very open to new technologies and they're very eager to experiment with those and to build new solutions based on that. So today, I wouldn't say that older people are less prepared or are less open to the change than the young people. No, it depends on the person. It depends on an individual, and it's so important for an organization to create this atmosphere that the openness to experiment, to make mistakes, is welcome, because that is going to stimulate people to move forward. Marcin is raising his hand. He wants to say something. Well, I see it but differently, because it depends on a person, but it mostly depends on an organization. So it depends on the attitude that we are going to create in the organization. So the great role here plays the HR department to prepare people for that. Speaking of your experience in the previous companies you have worked with, you help people find jobs. Today, at the stage of recruiting, headhunting, AI, is it the must-have? And everybody who comes to work, they know they have to be ready to change the work, that's natural, but to change the name of their scope of work and the job title? Well, there are two important things on the market. Have the attitude of lifelong learning, and that's something that is going to be useful to all of us, or those who are looking for a new job, or who are open to new opportunities. I'll come back to that. But Małgosia, I would like to ask you about one thing. You are representing a company that makes automation. So you come to a company with your ideas, there are employees, and you tell them, look at our machines, they're great. You'll be less necessary, you'll be necessary in a different way. How do you do it? I think you mentioned a very important topic, because we being an outside company that makes an audit to check what processes are there to be automatized, robotized, we can be a partner of those companies who want to improve mechanisms. And on the other hand, we see that from the perspective of people who are afraid to be replaced. A very important role of the leader and the organization is to when we focus on processes that are difficult, that are harmful for health, processes that are very laborious. Just like in production companies where you work 3 shifts, it's very different to work on the first shift and very different to work on the 3rd shift. If you can use certain things and replace them with algorithms, you can eliminate many mistakes of a human factor and the repetitivity of a job. And on the second hand, you can show people that automation is not bad. Automation with the use of AI will be great in processes that are very obvious for human work, like grinding or polishing. It's very difficult to have people who would like to work with a lot of dust in warehouses where very often it's minus 20 degrees, or in warehouses without oxygen. There's so many places where automation and robots can be used, not to replace people, but to make that work easier. I like minus 20 degrees, but I think being there for 8 hours, I wouldn't stand it. But would we be able to put machines here now? Is there any place in parallel for those people who will be replaced in those dusty, cold naves, but they will find job in a different place because they might be afraid of losing their job? Well, I think that now in the companies, there are so many people who can do automation processes, and very often those processes are required because there's a huge rotation of people and people have to be trained very often. So usually that takes place in those spots where people are missing or where the tasks are difficult, and we can offer people much more developing and interesting jobs than just the repetitive, harsh ones. If I can add something, the grinding processes are very much aligned with my job, so I would like to say something. I've been working with a production company for a long time, and as you said, we have to convince people that they're not going to lose a job, that this is a change for good, but it works the other way around. Because with the generational changes, our employees expect that the work that they're going to perform will bring value. They don't want to do things that are going to be a burden for them 8 hours a day, and it is no value. So something repetitive, or like preparing charts, making analysis, that's something that brings value. So they push us to find digital solutions or automation or robots that is going to release their resources so that the resources can be put into something that brings value and not something that is laborious. So from the perspective of organizational culture that supports the development of employees, nobody is going to lose a job, because people released from laborious, worthless job will be able to release their brain cells to put them in the right position and use them correctly. Finishing what you have said, I would like to say that we are in Polish conditions, and production here is very different than in the European markets, and Poland specializes in short lots that requires a lot of changing tools, changing shifts, and changing people, and all that can be helped by automation. All those difficult processes can be helped with that, where people are missing. I'll come back for the last time to something what I said before. In Bielawa, there are many buses every day starting in Bielawa and taking people to work. And when people hear AI, they think, oh, it's going to take away my job. So let's convince people that AI is going to be used where there are no people to work. So that might be an argument to go for automation. Yes, but it's always connected with one more thing. Automation with the use of AI is used not only where we want to replace employees, but where we would like to speed up the processes and be more efficient, and where the human factor is not able to break the barriers, and we, with the machines, are able to do it. Michał, I'll come back to my first question. Is it more difficult to a team or a leader? Is it more difficult to convince yourself that AI is a must-have, or is it more difficult to convince the team? I think that leaders are much more convinced because they are the pioneers in the organizations, and they set the direction of where the organizations are going to follow. I remember when 17 years ago, as an analyst, I spoke with some specialists in a company that were implementing CRM, and those people were scared of that implementation. They were afraid that CRM is going to take away their jobs. I think that if I went there today to a company of that scale, they would say, finally, we are unable to work without CRM in such a big company because it's too messy. In those times, in the past, there was this mental resistance against change. And I think time changes our attitude. The same thing will happen with AI. At the beginning, those solutions might cause fear, concern among some groups, but in 15, 20 years, this operator of a forklift truck, as we mentioned, would say, I'm more happy to control all the forklift truck park than to be sitting on the forklift and drive myself. So in this context, leaders are the first ones to have this shift, but they have to make sure that they're open enough to open their teams for the changes to come. I'll ask each of you about the same thing, but listening to the answers before, I would like to go back to Dominika and ask you about the leaders' knowledge about the changes. Being a leader, where do you take knowledge from to prepare yourself and then prepare the team? Referring to what was said, people are not only afraid that they are going to lose a job, but they are afraid that they will not make it on the current position, that they will not be good enough to work with the AI solutions. Are they afraid of their skills, that they don't have those skills? I think people don't believe they have the skills, but they do have. Are they hard competences? We have to believe. Look at Pavel, how a 5-axis robot works and how to program that robot. Or are there soft skills? And the answer is that, and we believe we will all agree to that, that it's all about the soft skills. The new managers, leaders in the changing reality, this is what's needed of them. How fast they react to changes, and COVID showed us how fast we have to switch to a different managing mode in offices, in factories, in any kind of sector. And this agility is what we keep on repeating. And we try to explain to our leaders, managers, that they have to work in this way. And the soft skills, where they come from? From mentoring, they come from coaching, they come from those, well, in corporations it's easier. But looking at your company that is not the smallest and the least known company of the world, do you have the chance, when we were preparing for this meeting here, yesterday I spoke with the colleagues from Italy. Do you have the chance to speak with your colleagues all around the world to get knowledge from them? Yes, of course. It's a well of knowledge I can take from how they approach the AI, how advanced they are. I think still the Germans are the pioneers, and they push it forward very much. And they try to implement all the novelties that pop up on the market. However, I would like to give you an example how we managed. Our engineers during the pandemic were cut off from traveling, from the tangible touching of the machines at the suppliers or in our sister companies or daughter companies. And using HoloLens, they came closer to the other side. So they were closer to Australia, the States, and they could get more knowledge. So the managers don't use those HoloLens that much, but thanks to those solutions that we implement, we can have a good benchmark and use what's necessary, because not everybody needs everything. Dominika mentioned that very often an employee doesn't know that they know, or they don't believe they will be able to do it. How leaders and teams should convince those people that you can make it, open your wings, you're able to do it, you're skilled enough. First of all, I'm going to answer this question and tell you that by creating what we mentioned before, that the leader has to create the right atmosphere in the team. They have to create the space for people to experiment and grow. That means that they have to be allowed to make mistakes, because if you experiment, you have to know that you're welcome to make mistakes. Sometimes there are solutions that are very pioneer, so mistakes will come. So you have to manage and handle so that the mistakes don't destroy your company. How to do it? Well, there are different aspects, like by accepting mistakes. We have to make sure that inside the team there's acceptance to share your experience from that mistake, because this is how everybody can learn from this one mistake. But this is the fundamental change in the mentality of the Polish employees, and in Israel, they use the fail to win, so we're ahead of that. So don't treat a mistake as an error, but as an opportunity to learn. Fail fast, yes, but based on that, build new activities that you keep developing. But I would like to go back to those leaders, because this is the main element of this panel. A lot depends on the quality of the leaders, because the leaders don't have bigger knowledge than employees. Very often the employees have bigger knowledge than the leaders, especially in technology, especially in AI. What leaders can know more or be more aware of is how to translate it into reality, what we would like to achieve as a team, because they might not be looking at that technically, but they might be perceiving that in a way, how can we use that to obtain what we want? Because we have to think who the leader is. We asked about the competencies or the features of a leader. There's no set of features, because it all depends. I think that's going to be the main theme of our conference. It depends. Well, you're a leader when in the right situation you are able to cope with the situation. So the new leader of the new times, where his team, her team, has to grow, make mistakes, has to be well connected with people, and has to build the potential of leaders in this team. One will be a leader of technology, the other one will be leader of exchanging knowledge between people, and so on and so on. Also outside of this internal team, so networking as well, and being in the social network will show or determine whether it can be done successfully or not. Where's the dilemma in the changing times? As a leader, I have to make sure that there is operational efficiency on a daily basis, because this is what me and my team have to do. Then I have to make sure it's all creative and innovative, because it's based on the standards, and do as it works. And the second thing says, well, try new things, leave the standard out, try the new things. And this person has to cope with that. If you allow me, I'll pass the mic on to you, but Maciek wanted to speak as well.
I'd like to add on what the professor said a moment ago, because I think that the change in working positions is going to take place perhaps every day, every 2 years, so we'll get used to this constant change. But you also asked how we can get prepared to the change. I think that, again, maybe bigger companies, corporations will have it easier. My perspective is that the leader for today and the nearest future. If the leader understands well that this number of heads is a very dispersed neuron network, and each head full of ideas makes a part of this network. So if we give some decision-making powers to our employees, we'll make the change easier and quicker, because we'll have a people who'll constantly be the part of this change, and we won't have the problem with those who pull the brake. So the change needs to start with us. We need to take the decision to empower our people. Give some power to them and believe that they will be able to cope with this, with their experience and knowledge. They'll help us adapt the companies to market needs. Marcin, now managing the with concerns, we need to be transparent. As leaders and companies, we need to communicate with people, and we need to know what to communicate. So it all starts with a strategy. That's essential. In organizations, we need to know why we implement AI, where we put robots, and so on. We've been discussing constant change. Do you think that the changes needs to be quicker? Yes, of course, because then there is this experimenting, agility, getting adapted to the fact that we'll need to pivot our strategy. So a startup? Not necessarily. It's hard to say about startup in terms of production. I mean the approach. I'll share a practice that we have in Randstad, AI principles. In 38 countries, we have some principles in what scope we collaborate with our suppliers who help us to recruit people in a better, more efficient way. While looking at the whole process of recruiting, starting from finding the employee up to employing, it's very wise, because we make the person a focal point. This is all supervised by people. In our industry, it's very important to support diversity and inclusion. So it's not about artificial decision to decide who is going to which shift and where to work. It needs to be a human being. So we've been experimenting worldwide in Poland, but it is a human being that has a decisive powers at the end. Michał, if today, now, for this discussion, we made a human being and technology, not only AI, who's the winner here? So it's definitely a human being. First of all, neither artificial intelligence or the entire technology wouldn't have existed without a human being. So human being remains in the center. It has been, and it will be a focal point. For example, while selecting experts to work, we need to employ artificial intelligence, but what if it excludes certain social groups? Because while educated on some data, it will find out that there is a certain group and a certain gender and a certain age that has best results, and it will start to reject other candidates. So definitely the human factor is needed here. And I also think that, all in all, AI implementations are required at an early stage, and there are many places where we are just starting some attempts. Call center, automation of call centers. Recently, I've tried to ask a company a taxi company. I asked, how soon will I get the cab? And 3 times I heard, what street is that? Are you sure it's in Wrocław? And then I gave up, because this technology still requires to be developed further. So I've always been wondering because every time we deal with artificial intelligence in these areas, there is this slogan, it's recorded. I think they must find it really funny when we get more and more irritated and we start demanding a human being there. Well, precisely that's how it works. There is one solution to change process, perhaps, because Uber didn't need to automate the discussion. It could change the process that the people would handle themselves. This is what banks do. Visiting a brick and mortar office or calling the helpline is very rare because all communication was replaced by electronic channels. So this is also a form of automating processes. But we need to look at the change and redesign what we already have. Marcin, calling to your global experience. Today, when we talk about dynamic change, agile, experimenting, who is hunted for on different positions? What are expectations toward a manager, a leader, to respond to the needs today? To be ready for new things coming all the time. You are asking about skills and competences? Yes. Competences in leaders that you start looking for today to be ahead of time. Well, there are a few competences. So to be able to understand all digital changes, one of many. So capability to deal with the changes, but lots of soft skills related to managing people, business models, innovation. Also critical thinking and approaching problem solving. But these are more and more general descriptions. In this general description, you need to fit in more and more competences now? Yes, I think now. Yes. Even before the conference, I had a look at a great report from June 2020 from World Economic Forum, a future of jobs for companies who work in multi-national teams, 160 pages. So they divide different they show which country specializes in what. And Poland is mentioned here, and Ukraine as well, so we can combine the two, so you can have a look there. If I can add here, when we are looking for leaders now, I think that what loses on importance is a very deep knowledge on a specific topic. We tend to look for, well, personally, I look for a person who, so to say, can link the dots. Who can work in a bigger context, who can draw conclusions and manage the change and manage the risk behind the changes. But so we are talking about technology, but I'm also interested about the soft skills that Dominika mentioned. So this interface of technology and soft skills, you describe the future leader. So as for technology, the leader, well, we start looking for people who can translate robotic technical language into human being. We no longer look technical people, stricter technical people. We are trying to find specialists who can combine the two worlds, how to translate this technological language for those who might not really understand this language too well. Is that true, Dr. Professor? I think that if we could imagine the artificial intelligence we've been talking about, it keeps developing, how it prepares to take decisions, how often it takes better decisions than human beings. By extrapolating, we can draw a simple conclusion. This is what's going to happen. The leader would need to manage in situations where algorithms take decisions which are optimum as per all the data and knowledge it has, but the manager needs to manage with implementing it, because this is the difference that needs to be made. The leader not only needs to take decisions, they need to make the decisions be implemented as well successfully. The team needs to develop some decisions as well, develop some ideas together. This is why soft competences are going to be so important. Hard skills, when we look what can they be lacking, apparently these are the soft ones that may be at shortage. So what competences, soft competences, have you needed recently? Well, influencing people. I think that this is important. What elements of artificial intelligence? Well, I've already mentioned that what we want to implement, what is that is not imposed on us. In all industries, depending on how much the industrialization had taken place there, we need to decide what we really want to implement. If we decide and we tell the corporation this is where we want to go, now I need to convince my team that this is what they need. And convince, so you are still not influencers, you are influencing, you are still trying to persuade. Well, I started with influencing up, which is also influencing. But of course, first of all, the team needs to buy it, so to say. So how we can convince them? Work ergonomics. This is going to be useful for you, helpful. So all the discussions in the team, building the teams to prevent silos, the maintenance says, and they tell everyone, this is the robot, the best in the world, this is what we are going to do. No, everyone involved in the process need to be aware of the benefit from this investment that is going to happen. So the team up knows what is going to on, but if you need to implement it down in the team, at the level of designing, do you already think how this is going to be communicated in the team? I think we've been working on that to make this communication platform grow even further. We've implemented a software, a program in our company worldwide to promote solutions related to broadly understood artificial intelligence. We have posters, so a very old-fashioned manner of communicating, but it reaches a certain group of our employees. So what's on the poster? Don't be afraid of it. It will help you. It will save your time. It will save you in some way. Well, it depends. Depending who we address, the given solution, we adjust it to the reader. For some, it may make their work easier. In others, it will enhance their competences and let them develop and learn new things. So no one way. So if the up level, influencing up, decides, how do you decide which way it works? Both ways. I think it should come from our employees, from our people, because this is where they work on everyday basis and they know what they need. However, they don't know all solutions. I don't know all solutions in the world either. So this capability of communicating with our countries and other companies, like we are here with universities, makes it possible for us to find out new things and think, do we need that? In many cases, we grab an idea and try to persuade first the managers, the up level, and try to convince them rather than getting an idea they have. So, Małgosia, what are your experiences with artificial intelligence, robotization? Is it more and more demanded, more and more needed, or people are afraid? Well, that really depends. The approach can be varied, but I can't agree with the previous speakers entirely that bigger companies have it easier. I think that it's just the contrary, because smaller teams have a smoother communication and it's easier for them to implement different things. It's important to collaborate between teams in different companies to share good practices and positive experiences. But more and more often, I can see different forms of using automation to increase competences in employees. You know that there is a Daimler factory, and even before the plant was built, there was a digital twin that was built. And when they opened the production line, the rotation in employees is pretty big, but they get this production line. They already have this muscle memory. They know how to move that. They've already worked through different tasks. So the use of material is used. The use of time on a particular production line is also decreased. So that's a great way how you can use technology to encourage also people to new technologies, to trust them also. So when you show the proofs to teams that it works, not necessarily from the other part of the world, but from different tests, is this one of the best way to persuade people to technology or artificial intelligence as such? I think that people are very open. It's more and more rare that they refuse to open to these, especially that they can see the potential. If we get into a 30-year-old production plant and we see that they are resistant, they have just one robot, they don't want anything else because that would require an additional training, well, that's really rare as compared to the fact that people know how they could take benefit of automating different processes. But it's a big role for the leaders to support the processes. Leaders, not only as team leaders, but also the maintenance leaders, people in the production as well. I travel a lot in Poland, in different production plants. I often see consequences of some rapid, sudden decisions. Very often in warehouses or in production plants, there are robots that have never been used. So the question comes, they have a very expensive robot which stands there and is not used. So are people afraid to use it? They are not trained, or it's not adapted. So perhaps that was fashionable at the moment. They bought it, but well, it's no use for it. So it wasn't the technology that failed. It was someone who was to make this process operate in a way to make other work easier for others. Well, I always thought that to implement changes, even if we are already aware what change we want to implement and we know that this is the best possible direction, we need to engage people at the lower level, even in the stage of analysis, getting used to technologies or the system or organizational changes. Because these people, when they are involved, they have a totally different response. They get to this conclusion, yes, it's worth it. It's clearly justified. So the response is totally different than when you impose something, and then people are naturally resistant. So my experience shows that getting people engaged is the best solution. Professor? So I wanted to refer to results and proofs. The question is, do they themselves convince everyone? Because people are resistant to getting involved in changes. I don't know what's ahead of me. From the perspective of different transformations, I gave advice and assisted many people. So I saw that inspiring people, they could see the change. They discussed with their peers elsewhere, sometimes from different industries. And they saw that people have already done something. So today, people often know more than their leader, but sometimes it's neither the leader nor them know how to tackle the challenge. For example, the one related to artificial intelligence. Today, in digital excellence world, in the competition for best digital leaders, we have some companies who are the first one who do something, who implement some projects in their sector. So how it can work?
So it's very important to make the people see that there are things happening in different places so that they can speak with those who work on similar things. And this exchange of experiences builds you, because there's no place to go and check who did it before. So the mental barrier, the cognitive barrier for our people in our organizations is smaller, because they have seen it something, they imagine how they could change things in their place. So the role of the leader now is to let the people go into the world, let the people go even sometimes very far abroad, or sometimes in Poland. There are so many good examples how others are doing things, and our people, by going somewhere, can come back and bring much experience and ideas. But there are different types of leaders, main leaders, intermediate leaders, but they all have an important voice. In the situation that you're in the eve of the new, everybody can be a leader, and a good leader will use the potential that their team has. So, yes, this leader will give the field to operate. So another soft skill. Paweł, how does it look like in your case? I fully agree with what you said. Let people go so that they can find the benchmark and they can learn. In the last year or two, I saw that there's one more interesting happening. The experienced leaders, we try to keep the benchmark in Wrocław, outside of Wrocław. The production companies, we learn one from another, we inspire one another. But in the last year or two, I noticed that this learning effect comes outside of the production companies. We tend to find more experiences learning from IT companies or from Randstad, because the solutions that companies use that are not related with production but more with services are those solutions, technology solutions, making things more efficient, or the non-added value job being replaced by the automation and AI. So this starts to bring the synergies. We before thought that the production can learn from production. Now we step out of the sector and we see that we have to learn from companies that offer service. Maybe there are restaurants, maybe cinemas, how they manage the flow of people and how they offer different kinds of services and how they deliver. So I think that's something that's important to underline. We have to look for inspirations in different places. As you said at the beginning, a person who is a bot and they think, well, can I do it like that in my communication department to have something like that on the intranet page? So the inspirations come from different places. I remember how many Polish companies went to Disneyland in Tokyo because there's this threat of earthquakes and large rotation of people. And this is the best organized place from the perspective of organizing the workflow. And what you said, that you try to sneak in and see how other sectors do. Because in Disneyland, you might even get more inspiration than from production companies. In Randstad, we have had this idea of idea box where everybody can come with an idea, and there are different categories like supporting productivity, supporting customers, and many automations, many improvements came from this email idea box. And many big things started with just small email. So somebody saw something and they sent you an email. No. If there's a consultant who is tired of issuing contracts, or they are tired of calling a pool of people, and according to an agreement, we have to send agreements that are updated and we have to send it to the customers. So they want to have this job easier. So the success of this idea box is we try to make this job easier. One of the very tangible examples is hiring a person. And the pandemic speeded up the onboarding process, so sending all the applications online where you have to gather personal data, bank account, and something. In a normal world, the person would receive a paper, fill it in, and then somebody else would have to put it in the computer and then issue a contract. Now it's fully automatized in a temporary workers case. What I'm missing is that we can sign the agreement, doesn't matter what kind of agreement, but that it's signed online or digitally. Speaking of people from outside of Poland, well, that's one more thing. It's about speeding up different processes that could be more digital, but if that all could be supported in a digital way. So if we all had this ability to do everything online through the bank, that would be so much easier. In your sector, there was a moment, and I think it's still there now. The algorithm of LinkedIn is going to read their CV, then it's changing a lot. So the video recruiting, video onboarding, where you can see the person's. So LinkedIn, sorry, it was about the AI in different processes, hiring processes, whether the AI bot would see that person was scared or not scared, and how they were scanning the person when the person was hired and then onboarded. I think the candidates' reactions to certain reactions are analyzed by a human being, or there are algorithms that analyze 200, 300 movements, and they can give us a report and analyze the person. But it's not the technology that should decide who comes and starts work. As you look at your position in the company and the experience that you have been gathering, what competencies do you need, will be most needed in the times where AI will be more in place? From myself and from my close coworkers, I would expect openness to change, not to be afraid what the development of technology brings, to be open-minded to the new trends on the market, and to be very open to listen to other people and their needs. Of course, what I expect from myself is the fact that I should be able to implement changes fast. So what surrounds me doesn't help me very much, because so that we can be agile, we need to be operating in a certain tempo. So how to meander or maneuver between the new world and the one that is challenging us, and how to reach the goal, that's the big topic. Now the leader has to learn how to be standing in front of the team and tell them, I don't know. I think for years we should have been able to do it for years. Looking at the availability of semiconductors or raw materials, that's a big topic. Where will my car come? I don't know. When will we start to produce? I don't know. When will my plan land? I don't know. If I may add something to this, it's not a problem to say, I don't know, because my competency should be, but I know where to check the status. But as of now, as we are in the in the change. I don't think it's a revolution. I think it's more evolution. So we need to learn how to manage the change correctly, and we should expect flexibility towards the change and how the team reacts to that. But I think this is like the as of now. But for the short-term period in the future, the technology will be expanding more and more, and it will be more and more welcome in the companies. The soft skills will probably be complementing and changing. So it will not be risk management of implementing certain solutions or managing human stress, because people will have to learn how to cooperate with robots, with algorithms, and let's not fool ourselves. Things that we do while we implement them is that we look for efficiency. We look for OEE, and for sure, we will have to manage people in a way that we will have to be observing those teams where the concept of the teams will change, because your team in the past was here and now, and everybody was sitting in the same room, and now 30% of people work from home, 30% comes every now and then to the company, and sometimes the other 30% are suppliers or outsourcers. So the new team building and management of stress and observing how people react to technological changes will be very important. Do you think the team will mean a group of people and technology or robots that are part of the team that make the finishing project easier? Yes. Jarek, you mentioned those hybrid solutions before. I think this is how it's going to look like. I'm going to use this example. Sorry to say it, but it's been proven already more than 10, 12 years ago. There was an assumption that a computer will never be able to beat a human being in this conceptual thinking, and the great example was the chess, playing the chess. However, when the Deep Blue beated Garry Kasparov, everybody said, wow, the era of a human being that is more genius than a computer is finished. But the people stopped playing chess. They started to cooperate with machines. They started learning from the machines, which made them learn new competencies, even in chess. And then there were games that would show that a computer, together with a human being, would beat any other computer. So this hybrid would work this way. So this is a new concept of machine learning. Yes, just like Małgosia said, the forklift truck driver will stop driving the forklift, but this person will start to manage forklift truck park. And as Paweł said, we will have to learn how to teach the people the new responsibility, because their responsibility will be different. Well, autonomous trucks is a very new thing and very actual. Yesterday I had the chance to be driving one. And when I was in Tokyo, I went to the factory of robots of Fanuc, and half of the factory has dimmed lights. Everything is happening automatically. And I think this is something that we would like to learn. And Tesla learned from them how to automatize processes. But in the conditions that we have now in Poland now, a human being is and will be a very important element. And I think we shouldn't forget about the added value of a human being. But what was the most important element for me when I was working with the best people in programming, automation, maintenance people on a daily basis is that the team that knows how to do their job the best that they can, they go to the customer, they show the possibilities of what we can do to make the job easier and simple, so that they can speak with the customer using the language of benefits, so that the customer can convince themselves. Because it's very important to be aware of the advantages and whether it will pay off for me. Because in the future world, it will be great that those automatic forklift trucks, they unload all the trucks and everything, and we have to see how it's favorable for us and how we can benefit from us, not only us, the bosses, people from management, and not only employees, but everybody, and where we then can position ourselves in the process when the majority of things are automatized. What competencies do you need most? What competencies are most needed now? Well, I think adapting to changes, ability to learn new technologies, new tasks, the ability to motivate other people, soft skills, empathy, emotional intelligence. I still think that the human side is irreplaceable. It will still be necessary, and the team will be the people, and technology will be assisting the team of people. Now we have systems, IT solutions, and we do not qualify the system to be part of the team. No, it's just a tool for the team. That's why I think that even the more advanced tools and AI, it will still be only a tool. In my opinion, repetitive, structured processes can be automatized. Looking at the stock exchange, for instance, the biggest investors of the stock exchange, there are names, people with intuition. And apart from the fact that we have so much macroeconomic historical data, we have Warren Buffett, and we don't have the algorithm on the list of Forbes. But looking at his involvement and reading all kinds of books and revising, I once thought that outside of the calculator, technologically, is he assisted by anything to achieve results like he has? I'm thinking about CRM that you said and how to motivate people. I'll refer to your experiences too. If there is technology, AI showing up, we know that we have to change competencies, do something different. If you take away things from people, how to make them feel that they are not neglected, that they're pushed aside, or that they see new space for themselves. How do you use this time? This is a challenge for a leader and the role of a leader. What motivation in the team he or she can use? There are people who will want to move forward, like the young wolves of people who are open-minded forever. Or there might be people who want to be left alone, in peace, and those people will be disrupted. So the leader, to know the team, will use different kinds of motivation so that the team starts and takes on the challenges. It's difficult because if I step out of my comfort zone, I have to learn new skills. I'm making mistakes, and I have to accept it. So the leader has to use different motivations. And in the context of the fact that the team is dispersed, we don't see the people face to face very often, it's difficult. With a dispersed team, we will need hard competencies from a manager so that they understand how the tissue of the team keeps changing all the time. It's a hard skill, I would say, because it's based on the crafts theory. What can I do to change this and that? We have investigated that using business simulations when they were on site in companies or in the universities, and then there was lockdown. So the social networks related with soft relations among people, they are most responsible for creativity, innovation, and building this identity of a human being with the team. So after the lockdown, it started to rebuild. Now the role of leaders is to operate in dispersed structures. So they will have to use different tools also to be understanding for the team, and they would have different motivations to help the team.
I've heard in a podcast studio from someone who works in digital IKEA, because of dispersed work environment, different cultures, etc., they tend to record many things. They don't write emails because there are a lot of misunderstandings there and wasting time for trying to understand. So they become hosts who record video material, and they know that Asia will see it on one time, Australia some other time, etc. So all audio communication with team is also very important to avoid misunderstandings, to know where we're heading. We tried to train it with a BSL business studio with companies to start thinking about changes. So when you are a remote leader, leader of a remote dispersed team, how you manage the knowledge in the team, how you manage the operational effectiveness of your team and the climate within the team. In all these three aspects, you have both the hard tools that you can use, obviously the communicators, but you also have other tools, but you also have some methods, methodologies, which as a leader can be applied. And interestingly, it's not only the leader, but also the members of the team who can do that, but the leader is to moderate it. Recently, we had a meeting dedicated to remote new road work model or modeling. It's constant modeling and remodeling how a team can work in different conditions. So these are going to be big challenges. So in reference to motivation, I want to say that it's not the leader who motivates the team. I think that the team motivates one another. And that's a great challenge, art, to create teams, especially in hybrid worlds, for them to want to cooperate so that they still feel a team who head in the same direction and wants to help each other. As Professor said, it's a self-driving power. So I would more focus on building and maintaining relationships in the team rather than motivating its individual links, members. Sometimes some members want to do more, they are more eager. And that's why we move on as a whole team. Imagine if there is no one model for a contemporary manager, it's a constant remodeling, new competences and obligations. Is it more and more difficult or easier to write a job advertisement for such a person? How do you look for them? That's true. That's a very good question, because there are some proven methods for finding people, but there are also some new modes of communication, new podcasts. There are several video ads where a leader places it on LinkedIn or elsewhere, so sky's the limit. So I want to, it may be controversial, at last, but we'll have people quitting us. People will quit us because there is an increasing amount of job offers, and if we can't adapt quickly, so they will steal us. So it's both about money and the climate in the team. For me, it is a challenge as well, how to keep the key members of my teams. Simply, I try to be close to those people. And being close to those people means talking to them very often, also taking into account their development, etc. Is it a new competence for you as well, that you need to be closer to them? Talk to them more? No, I've always been close to my people, but I think that I nurture what I've mentioned before. Being open to changes, eager to learn, understanding the world, what is going on around, because I don't have this IT background. neither. I do manage changes. However, this is all very difficult because you need to find time for that. But I want to mention one more thing. I'm not sure if you remember, but before the pandemics, in many markets in the world and in Poland, we could see a trend clearly that people started to open their own companies, and this shortage on market was addressed, that we need to look for freelancers. So people plus artificial intelligence, so it's more about competences than artificial intelligence. Then COVID came up, hybrid work. Statistics of research show 46 or 50% of people prefers to stay home. So the model has changed, and we need to get prepared to the fact that the teams are going to change a lot. So in 6 months, a year or two, we'll need to get competences from people who are involved or employed in 3 different companies, not only ours. This is what's happening now. I have lots of people, friends, who now work for American and British companies while being in Warsaw or elsewhere in Poland. But they sell their skills. They are often product owners, developers. They manage whole Scrum teams in a hybrid work model. So if we add money to that, etc., it's hard to compete for them. But to be aware how to build a team with people who are simultaneously accomplished with other team combined, with other teams elsewhere. Bring your own team. So, for example, if you are leading a transformation and you need an e-commerce team, you buy an entire team who for 6 months works in your organization and changes the process of selling products and services. Małgosia? One more remark. Until now, while looking for people, in many cases we are looking for people who know each other, who have the knowledge, who have the experience. Today, I think that the key thing is to have this approach that we need to find people who know what we don't know, who can show us where there is still potential to ask, who dare to say we don't know how to do that, but we will open the way to what needs to be improved and changed. So this is an important feature of a leader in the new technology world. If I can add here, it's not really about technological changes, but we know ourselves that the Wrocław market and around Wrocław is as for accessibility of people. Aerospace, Wrocław, we start investing in our own school. We have already answered the question. We know that we won't be able to get all technical competences we need because they are not there, or we would need to fight for it, and we don't have time for that. This is why a few months ago we opened our own school. We start with purely technical things, how to handle machines, for example, but we already see that we want to develop the school further on. We haven't been thinking about leaders' competences yet, but digitalization of processes yet. Marcin, if you could share your employee educated by you, would you like to share it? I think that there are some legislative things. Do not follow up with that. It's an interesting. But here and now, no. What the future is, I don't know. Maybe in the future we'll be forced to adopt this model, but again, it depends. But you would be forced by an employee, I want this, who would say, I want this, and you don't want to lose him or her, and you would need to agree. Well, perhaps, let's think about some functions. If we look at our services, such as things related to IT, or finances, or HR, this is what happens. These are teams which can run not only one company, not only one industry, because they handle different entities in different ways. So this situation most probably is going to happen. It's going to take place, and we need to be ready for that. I just wanted to add one thing, that now we can observe globally skilling, reskilling, upskilling. So a huge role of HR in collaborating with business, how to retrain people and prepare them to new roles in production. Recently, I discussed with my peer in the US. When you look at the reports, you can see that there are some professions that are going to disappear. Secretary, entering data, drivers as well. These people can be requalified. So companies that work in e-commerce, from HGVs, from vans, they start using drones instead of those vehicles. So you can retrain somebody to become a drone operator. So in classification of jobs in the US, there are 6 or 8 different classes of drone operators, from small ones to big transporting ones. So young people take this job eagerly, because out of fun, they become experienced peoples, but they can be requalified. Well, that's nice. Who has ever flown a drone? They know that it's really cool. In Israel, I saw I saw a photo that sushi can be delivered. Not so reskill, upskill. We had an event together with Professor Holzner, etc. We discussed competences in the future, among others. What's important here, the leader needs to have it at the back of their head all the time, is that in 10 years, 50% of jobs are going to be new jobs, which do not exist now. So it's impossible to train these people at schools and get them. We'll need to retrain our people that we have now to get them prepared to do that. This is going to be an interesting challenge for the leader, to have this eagerness, openness, bubbling in the team. Very often the team they've never seen. As for experimenting, these were universities that were legally allowed to experiment. So I talked to a student who was accepted to some prestigious university, and she said that she takes a challenge and then she realizes she doesn't know. And the fact that she found out that she doesn't know was the most beautiful thing that she found out. So the business has to be able to do the same. Although you have different KPIs than universities, yes, of course, but we need to be naturally searching for things. We need to have a discussion with business who claims we want these competences. Which competences? Those in 5 years. So in 5 years, we'll be able to train people in competences that we are aware of today, but they will be outdated by then. So this is what everyone looks for now, this attitude to learn, this attitude of learning, to be able to cope with problems. Knowledge is everywhere, but to learn to grasp this knowledge and share it with others and apply is invaluable. This is a great challenge for both education and all companies, for everyone, for all of us. That's the best punch point we might have. When we start the first debate, we got extra 15 minutes. I thought that it won't be enough, but it flew very fast. So thank you very much to all of you. And, well, a round applause. So we have our wonderful speakers here. You can carry on clapping. So we have Dominika Kawa, Paweł Pałubiński, Marcin Sienczyk, Małgorzata Strzelbicka, Michał Wędzika, and Professor Belz. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your attention. Stay with us for a moment. My dear audience, now you are most welcome to see our Made in Wrocław studio. So it's about to start now, my guests and my colleagues, and we see each other here in this room in 20 minutes.
Tu jesteśmy, Jarku, bardzo dziękujemy. Tam Jarek Kuźniar, a tutaj Karolina Misztal i Paweł Gołębski. Dzień dobry, witamy serdecznie. To my jesteśmy tutaj z widokiem na fontannę multimedialną. Tam Jarek Kuźniar, a tutaj studio Made in Wrocław 2021. Karolina Misztal i Paweł Gołębski. Dzień dobry, witamy.
Dzień dobry, witamy w studiu Made in Wrocław, które jest takim swoistym backstage'em wydarzenia konferencji Made in Wrocław, a wszyscy przecież lubimy wiedzieć, co dzieje się za kulisami, no i my właśnie o tym będziemy opowiadać.
Tutaj też mówimy o tym, co wydarzyło się na sali. Miałem dokładnie to samo doświadczenie, co jeden z naszych gości, czyli wczoraj na przykład dzwoniłem po taksówkę i nie wiedziałem, że przez kilkadziesiąt sekund rozmawiam z tak zwaną sztuczną inteligencją. Było tak sympatycznie, głos taki miły tej pani. Dopiero jak się zacięliśmy na pytaniu, dokąd dokładnie mam przyjechać z taksówką, to okazało się, że rozmawiam po prostu z automatem i połączyło mnie z żywym człowiekiem. Czyli te systemy są jeszcze w dalszym ciągu niedopracowane i o tym też podczas tegorocznego popularnego
początek
maila.
miały dobry.
Ale początek był oczywiście dobry. To w dalszym ciągu jest trochę początek naszego całego dnia, wielogodzinnego spotkania. Witamy tych, którzy oglądają nas w różnych miejscach, w tym głównym streamingu, live'ie, tych, którzy nas oglądają na fanpage'u, na wydarzeniu, tych, którzy oglądają nas w restreamingu, czyli z udostępnienia naszych gości, bo tak się bardzo często zdarza. Zapraszamy do późnego popołudnia. Będziemy z wami również z konkursami, które będziemy tu przeprowadzać.
Będziemy, na to poczekajcie, te pytania pierwsze konkursowe i nagrody za moment. Najpierw nasi goście, którzy przygotowali dla was prezentację, zaprezentują swoje marki, bo to też właśnie
And the presentations, our guests will present their brands. We want them to be present to tell you what they can offer also in terms of artificial intelligence. Made in Wrocław this year is focusing on artificial intelligence. We will soon talk about the only British university with its campus in Wrocław. UK has exited the EU, but British universities have always been popular around the world. So what's going to happen now? We will be able to study in Wrocław at a British university. Of course, and the British etiquette, how it's going to fit in with our spontaneous way of being. And also, what is the difference between Polish and British education? We will ask Mr. Jacek Lewandowski, the campus director, to tell us more about this.
Dzień dobry bardzo.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for inviting me to this event. Let me also add to this introduction that we are the only university in Poland and the only university in Europe, in continental Europe, having its branch in continental Europe. Coventry University, Wrocław, we are a public British university. We have 35,000 students in UK. We also have a very global presence with many thousands of students studying in our branches and universities around the world, in Dubai, around US, Hong Kong, etc. We also have a lot of hubs or university branches dedicated to collaboration with businesses. We decided to open a branch in Wrocław in 2016. As has been mentioned, it is a continuation of Brexit. I think we were the only university who has not slept through the Brexit preparation period. We wanted to offer our students who have been studying with us in the UK and who originate from Europe to be able to continue studying a bit closer to home. We offer programs in English taught by business experts. Our students are global citizens, that's what we call them. Following the graduation and having a UK university diploma, they can continue their career around the world. We are located in the south of Wrocław, close to the iconic building of Sky Tower. We offer bachelor degrees mainly, but also MBA starting this year, focusing on business.
W chwili obecnej koncentrujemy się przede wszystkim na dydaktyce, ale też rozwijamy naszą ofertę, jeśli chodzi o współpracę z biznesem, który też przede wszystkim ściągnął nas tutaj do Wrocławia, bo na etapie decydowania się, gdzie ten europejski kampus uczelni będzie, przede wszystkim
our European campus is going to be located. We were persuaded by a very warm welcome we received here in Wrocław, but also by the fact that the businesses were very willing to collaborate with universities here. And alumni of our university could benefit from that situation. This was one of the major factors that persuaded us to come to Wrocław. So what are the British way of studying? Coventry University offers degrees in modules or blocks, focusing on one subject, which allows students to focus on one particular area of expertise. We are also very much oriented towards collaboration with businesses taught by experts. It's the basis of our didactic activities. In this way, we prepare our students to be ready to take up jobs in businesses. As they study, they can also familiarize themselves with tools that are used in businesses, so they're actually ready to start working right after graduation. Another major difference between British and Polish education is the so-called personalized learning, where students work in small groups and are being mentored by experts, which is probably something that really differentiates this system from the Polish system. We now have 4 directions of study: business IT, digital solutions, aviation management. It's quite unique in Poland and in Europe, because there are only 2 other locations where you can study aviation like this, following Brexit, and also cloud computing. We are the unique university in Europe that offers these modules. And also this year we're going to introduce another module, MBA, covering 2 years online and on-site, addressed to businesses and providing an opportunity to upscale one's career in businesses. Business collaboration that we have been developing with local companies is also another area of our activities. We invite you to get in touch with us. We can provide you a wide offer of collaboration opportunities, internships, etc. So thank you very much for this invitation, and I invite you all to visit our webpage and to join us at the Coventry University Wrocław.
Thank you very much. We have another guest on stage with whom we will comment on the first panel of our conference, which is behind leader and the team in an era of artificial intelligence. I would say that we would have to put the word adaptation. Dr. Rafał Gołąb, can we say something about JP Weber? JP Weber is a company has been operating in Wrocław for 20 years. We advise companies on how to develop their business and conduct their business in many areas of their activity. We provide transactional consulting, legal consulting, tax consulting. That is why Made in Wrocław is so close to us, because we are based in Wrocław, although we have offices in Warsaw as well. It's wonderful to have you with us. So what are the challenges associated with AI for you? We are talking about this during the Made in Wrocław. What's the challenge for you? There are many challenges. Let's start briefly from what artificial intelligence is, how we understand it. It's collection of information and data processing, and how to do it correctly, that's the question. Many companies know that artificial intelligence is something they should use, but how to do it well? From my point of view, as a legal advisor, how to do it legally, lawfully. So the first challenge mentioned by our speakers today is the fact that the legislation is not catching up with reality, and that's the role of legal advisors, how to find your way around in this chaos. As of today, it is a kind of chaos, but certainly something wonderful will emerge from it, and we should be able to do the opportunities provided by artificial intelligence as best as possible. Being aware of the fact that it's about data processing, we need to do it in the right way. So let's think about how we can implement this in our companies. We know that we have decided to use artificial intelligence, and now that we have to make people using those tools trust us, people who receive the outcome analysis, advice, and so on. So now we have a very important issue. One of the elements which is quite worrying when it comes to the use of AI is this lack of trust in what is produced by AI in these reports and how the information we produce will be to the best of our interests or not. It is a challenge to companies as well. First of all, we have to make the data, the information, secure. We hear constantly about leaks of various sorts. So if companies, so is it a challenge to IT specialists? Not only to them, but from the point of view of cybersecurity, we need to order this in terms of law and technology, because only coordination can allow us to be prepared for the use of AI. Does it influence in any way on team building, on the structure of teams? Yes. When it comes to teams, what I said a few moments ago about cooperation between lawyers and IT specialists, so teams using AI have to be interdisciplinary. We have to abandon this model that you are in charge of this and you are of this, and so we have to be flexible. Yes. That is why this flexibility impacts the services we provide in many cases. How does it look at JP Weber? Of course, we have legal consultancy, tax consultancy, and so on. But does this respond to the current needs of the market, needs of companies using new technologies and which want to develop this area of their activity? We think no. What should we change then in the provision of services? We have set up a team, Smart Tech, and it brings together a group of experts from JP Weber, from various experts in various areas. And each expert has great expertise from the point of view of new technologies. And if we get a problem, we analyze it, not only from the point of view of legislation, but also from the point of view of financing and so on. But is there a place for a leader in such a new team? Because if we have this AI, well, statistics are quite terrifying. 70% of companies in Poland and 60% of companies worldwide say they use AI, but very few admit to having any idea of this. So that's the function of a leader. We've had leaders for decades, but what kind of challenge is it to a leader? Is there a place for leaders? How do you see that? There is a place for leaders, and their role is very unique. From our perspective, the role of leaders is changing because leaders have to unite various elements in a given company, in a given business, and find needs. Speaking of the role of leaders, is it a human, a leader, or can an AI be, a machine can be a leader? No, we are speaking about humans. A leader is a person who, first of all, as I imagine it, looks at their business in a new way. They try to redefine it and think how it should be run. What would I change if I started it again? So it's necessary to look at this from a very different perspective, and that's the job of a leader, because the leader has the power to introduce any changes if necessary. And this different perspective from the point of view of possibilities offered by AI means that the leader is often the first to notice the needs and the possibilities, but the leader has to know the tools. You are right in saying that many companies claim they use AI, but very few know how to do it. When we think about what tools we use, what AI tools we use, is a minute fraction of can be done. It's just the tip of the iceberg. Specifically, when we call JP Weber, will we talk to an automatic machine, or is it a human picking up the phone? It's a human being and an expert who will know what problem. So humans are irreplaceable in a way. Thank you very much. JP Weber, one of our many guests throughout our day. We are here at the Wrocław Congress Center, at the Centennial Hall, the fifth edition of Made in Wrocław. Last year we were at a different location, but we are coming back to what we had, and we will soon have new guests with us.
It is quite amazing. I checked the calendar. It's Thursday, the 20th of October, and you probably know that in 1702, on the 20th of October, Wrocław University was actually set up. We will soon have guests from the University of Wrocław. Actually, it was not university yet. Leopold I, Habsburg. He was the ruler of Bohemia and other countries. He established a golden bull stating that there will be a university in Wrocław. So tomorrow they're going to celebrate the real anniversary. Today they join us to tell us about their activities, about AI at the University of Wrocław, what they can offer, especially in the Wrocław Center for Technology Transfer, which focuses on AI, Tomasz Sikora, the communication director, and Maciej Kamiński, the director of the Wrocław Center for Technology Transfer, will be joining us any minute now.
researchers from around the world. I came here from the U.S. because I recognized that CASAS represented a once-in-a-career opportunity. I've been really impressed with the quality of the science, breadth of experience, and collaborative spirit at CASAS, and definitely think I made the right choice.
At CASAS, we make science for the future. And right next door, in Old Town Görlitz, history comes to life. At CASAS in Görlitz, where past and future meet in the present.
The COVID-19 pandemic is affecting work at the CASAS as well, but with the Institute focused on digitization, all the tools for working remotely were available right from the beginning.
CASAS is the Center for Advanced Systems Understanding, set up in Görlitz by 4 universities. One of them is a Polish university. CASAS is the space that allows big companies and smaller enterprises to carry out research using big data, AI, or machine learning. The University of Wrocław also invites companies to join us in collaborating within CASAS. Since we're we're talking about Germany, let's talk about other ideas that our University of Wrocław, can offer to businesses, because we do not only engage in basic science. We have now the new technology, that predictive technology for flood prediction. Can you tell us more about this? Yes, definitely. The Wrocław Center for Technology Transfer, the University of Wrocław, is now working on the commercialization of the flood system. The system combines two elements. We have software, which in fact is an assemblage of many mathematical models that can read information.
Ladies and gentlemen,
based on
I'm
real-time
talking to those who are
data
still
on
in the
the
foyer.
water
Thank you very
levels
much
and
for taking part in the
extrapolate
first
this
debate.
information
It
and
was
create
the
models
first
for the next
for others.
several
So now
hours. That's the software
we are going
part,
to talk
but
about
the
e-commerce,
integral, inherent
different
part
dimension
the
of
solution is
shopping.
also
So if you could put your coffees, teas aside and join us here in the main room.
meteorological stations
Please take
being part
place
of
in the
hydro
first row. You are most welcome to
threshold
join
or
us.
hydro stations located on the river. These stations are fully self-sufficient, powered by solar energy, with low energy consumption, which means that they're also safe for people who work there or who might be there, even though they're on water. Another story from this holiday is a person missing in the mountains. The mountain rescue teams could use our system, the system of drones prepared by the University of Wrocław, which helped them to find this person. Can you tell us about the system, Serław? Yes, it's the solution developed by Professor Niedzielski. It has been commercialized as a spin-off company. Very briefly, our input as a university consisted in creating the system of image analysis using and fed by images taken by the drones, enabling search for people around a big area. This was actually the first case in the world where we could use rescue drones and have an automated search and find a person who is still alive. We could tell you about other solutions, especially addressed to companies, but we don't have enough time to talk about it in detail. You can consult our webpage so you can actually see all that is on offer. But let's mention one more project, the philology department. Let's not forget that as the university we have a wide scope of research going on. Commercial uses also involve knowledge transfer. One of our departmental units, the philology department, developed the simple Polish lab, enabling working with texts. CTT, University of Wrocław. Thank you very much for your attention. Soon we'll pass the floor to Jarek Kuźniar. So now, competition. You can answer wherever you are watching us in comments. What is important to you when you shop online? What is important to you when you shop online, and why? Please answer this question. We'll be looking for your answers, and you can actually win AirPods Pro headset. Now we invite you to the second panel of our conference.
Made in Wrocław 2021. Good morning. Welcome all those who reappear in the main room in Wrocław, but also those who are with us anyway. So please stay with us approximately to 3 p.m. So ahead of us, the second panel will be talking about artificial intelligence, who has already entered with big impetus in e-commerce. What does it do? How does it help us? Guests of Dominic Walsh are going to tell us. Dear guests, dear viewers, those who watch us online now, thank you for being us. Please share it to make the audience even broader, to spread the word to everyone. Please let know others who are in need of this knowledge, that they can find it anywhere. You can view us everywhere you want, but we also have a nice surprise for you. Yes, these are rewards, technological rewards. What do you need to do? Not much. You need to have fun with us. The most interesting answer is going to be awarded. You need to answer a simple question. What matters to you when you shop online, and why this is the most important thing for you? Easy, isn't it? And how much fun you'll have if you win our award. And I'm sure that your answers are going to be a nice contribution to our discussion as well. Those present in this room, I would love to hear a round of applause for our guest, Tomasz Prachura, Deputy President of Pneumatic System, Poland, Sławomir Porka, General Manager Amazon, Grzegorz Rudno-Rudziński, President of the Board of IT Corner Cluster, Mikołaj Wezdecki, President of the Board of eObuwie, and moderated by Dominic Walsh, Associate Director of CBRE. Good morning. Before we start our discussion panel, I'll have a request to one of our panelists, Grzegorz Rudno-Rudziński, to make a brief presentation to introduce the topic of our speech today. It's highly specialized, so we wanted to make a background for our discussion today. Grzegorz, so please launch your presentation. Thank you. If I could have the presentation displayed. We are still waiting for the presentation to appear on screen. Okay, so I'll start even without this introduction. While preparing this presentation for the panel, I wanted to say a few words what we are going to discuss today. E-commerce in Poland is a big chunk of our life today. It has several aspects. What we deal on everyday basis is the B2C. So when we all buy things for today, it's 8% of all things that we buy. In 2022, it's certainly going to exceed 10%. So as a matter of fact, we discuss here over 1 billion zloty turnover in online sales in 2022. So that's really a piece of cake that is worth fighting for. Because the presentation is not there, I'll just go live, because I do know the topic anyway. So when we look at that, it's over 22 million people who declare that they shop online. So it's more than half Poland buying online. When we look at that, it's not the largest part of the cake at all, because apart from this B2C element, we also have marketplaces such as Allegro, Amazon, AliExpress, which are which contribute to the additional share of the cake. They also contribute to B2B. We have the representative here with us. All this happens somewhere in the background. We don't see it as consumers, but this is the area that grows much faster than B2C. And the turnover in online shopping are triple as compared to the B2C. So this is invisible, but this whale is way bigger. So we have these two elements. And this is the piece of cake that we all perceive as the one that is really good to apply the AI. So we have several external operators getting in. Amazon, for example. Amazon penetrates our market quite significantly. It penetrates also Chinese portals. So it's really worth fighting for. In this division of the market, the way AI is going to be used is going to be very important. It is also going to help us. I'm afraid I'm not going to get my presentation, so I'll need to carry on without the presentation displayed. So artificial intelligence has several scientific names: machine learning, deep learning. But when we look at it from the business point of view, it has 4 waves of use. The first wave is the so-called internet artificial intelligence. It's the intelligence that bases on the most digitized data because they're available online in the internet. When we launch internet or Google, or we get to any website, in fact, we always have more or less complicated artificial intelligence that analyzes what we do there. It pops up some ideas for us, but it all does it based on our behavior online in the internet. It's very limited because it is just a fragment of our behaviors. The second wave, it's the business intelligence, artificial intelligence. So this is the knowledge taken from the internet, plus connected to the fact how this person uses their business card, credit card, how their passes circulate online, etc. And suddenly we get a loads more data. And that allows to draw many more conclusions. So it does not show only what we are going to do on a given website, but it indicates a broader broader scope of our behaviors. So we need to connect the two things to get a better idea. So this is what the law allows us to do. And also readiness of IT systems allows us for that. So this is the second wave. So while looking at this internet, we can see now most often we use it on mobile, on our phones. So we can see either the mobile phone or the regular computer websites.
Sorry, I'm having technical troubles here. So this is the SI Internet, the business one, that is extended, and we see only those bits as users too. But to build it, it requires creating an infrastructure that will allow to connect the data and have them updated, because this will allow you to have conclusions out of that. So it's becoming more difficult to implement it, let alone the human factor, because if we if we see what people can be losing their jobs in the way they have been doing until now in sales, these positions are very much endangered. It's not that they will lose the jobs, but the fear against the change is huge. And then we go to a higher level. We speak about the AI that doesn't need the data, and those cards get the impulses, or they read it, or they get the set of information from the sensors, from the environment. That 5G strengthens that, and in commercial centers it's gathered, and also elements of our sight and speech are used by AI. So AI gathers information and then it processes all the information. If we read the cases in China, it led to a situation that it went too far, and the Chinese government decided that the companies have too much knowledge about the Chinese citizens, and it's not for them, it's for the party only. So that's only the government who can have that information. So that only shows you how much the AI is going to accumulate about us. And SI can be, of course, the autonomous element, but then it's important to see what's happening inside the warehouses and outside in the public space. Technology allows us to run autonomously, and what happens in the society, you can go to LEM. We have now the year of the Polish writer, and the fears and concerns that Lem wrote about are very up to date now. And until we manage them ethically and legally, that wave will not get into the public space. Thank you so much, Grzegorz. As we're speaking about the e-commerce, I would like to ask the first question to the representative of Amazon. Sławek, Amazon is not only a global leader of e-commerce, but it's an unquestioned pioneer in implementing AI technologies or AI-based technologies. Amazon develops in a very dynamic way in Poland as well. The Polish market, according to my knowledge, is an important element of an supply chain in Europe. In Poland, you have 3 buildings that are called ARS, which means Amazon Robotics, that are not the most modern, but one of the most modern and advanced technologically buildings of Amazon in the entire Europe. Can you tell us more what technologies you're using in those buildings? What's the automation? How widely you have used robots in your buildings, and what's the role of automation and using robots in managing your supply chain? Hello, my name is Sławek Pondra. I'm the General Director of Amazon Distribution Center. Responding your question, Dominic, I would start by saying how we perceive ourselves. We perceive ourselves as a technological company. We don't perceive ourselves as a marketplace or e-commerce place, but we perceive ourselves in a broader way. And it's because Alexa, AWS, Echo devices, or Kindle, the technology has been present with us, and we're interested in obtaining new technologies and deploying it. What you mentioned before, the ethical side and the way technology is used. Speaking of logistics and distribution centers, so that we can implement technology, we have to see 3 goals. It has to improve safety, customer experience, or experience of other employees. So that's the three questions we ask ourselves if that has the added value for us. Robotic warehouse is our flagship product in our logistics, and that was put in place in 2012 in the US. In Europe later on, yes. In Europe much later. All the production forces were directed to the United States, but it's our technology. We bought a startup and then we developed that, so this is our property. And in Poland we have 3 centers like that, as you said. The latest one is in Świebodzice. The second one that was open was in Gliwice, and in Kołbaskowo near Szczecin, the first one. I will tell you briefly how it looks like. In the previous slide, you saw how the technology looks like. You see all the warehouse that is fenced. It is no people warehouse. People are outside of the warehouse. They're outside of the fence that is to protect the environment and making it safe. It's all racks, but they're not pallet racks. They are special racks that are 1 meter by 1 meter by 182 meters. And the access to those racks is from 4 sides, and every employee can pick up or put away product on that rack. And the heart are the robots. We call them units, drive units. When I spoke with my colleague, I compared that to cleaning robots. They're like large cleaning robots. They look like that. They come and they can move around that rack. For people who are interested in logistics, this is how we can use the space in a good way. Ecological aspects, you don't have to use light, you don't have to warm it up so much. Of course, the temperature is controlled, but it doesn't have to be super warm as for people. But as we said, they are autonomous based on algorithms, but they can learn as well. A system manages that, it tries to optimize different situations that take place. But the most important thing happens at the operator position. Operator, apart from the fact that they don't have to carry around heavy stuff, they receive helpful information, and the system can show which shelf has the best saturation. It can indicate the person where to pick it from, is the rack safe, if everything is placed correctly, and whether the physical filling of the rack is in line with what's in the system. So we use a series of technologies like computer vision we use, and that makes the job much easier. It doesn't make that we eliminate people from those warehousing processes, because people are still necessary, but their job starts to change. It requires some more qualifications. Of course, the people can learn that. We have new positions like maintaining those robots, solving problems, managing flow. So this situation changes all the picture of the future warehouses we will be using and what will be the role of the people. The people will not disappear, and they will be the main link. But I suppose that using robots and automation is very much related with the difficulties related with the labor market. Yes, for sure. Recently, I was member of a panel where we were saying that employees will be leaving those sectors that are difficult, uninteresting, repetitive. The population of drivers is aging because we don't motivate young people to become drivers. So implementing autonomous cars will not solve it, because there will be people necessary in this sector. So the same might occur in logistics. Of course, there are difficulties. However, AI helps. And work becomes more interesting, so you can grow and develop. So I think that's a win-win strategy for everybody. So there's no collision, there is only synergy. In my opinion, yes. Thank you. So now I have a question to the representative of eobuwie company, Marcin. Together with Sławek, we spoke about AI technologies in supply chain area, what Grzegorz showed nicely on one of the slides, where we have the pyramid of e-commerce and business, where supply chain is the fundament based on which you build new blocks, but the top of the pyramid is the area where you have been operating in a very active way. This is the customer experience. So by analogy, I would like to ask you how it looks like in your organization in eobuwie. What new technologies based on AI are you implementing in customer experience? Hello, everyone. I would show that as a process, how the product is alive in our case and how we do it in our company. We have more than 200,000 SKUs. Of course, more than 170,000, but it's still growing. So the product, when it comes to our warehouse, time is very important, and time to market is very important, and the description of the product is a large hindering barrier in fashion sector, in e-commerce. This product has to be well described. That's the first thing that is important, and AI can support our teams. I will refer to what Grzegorz showed in his presentation. We know that our employees have to describe the products and they have to do it well. They have to pay attention to a series of factors. And in this case, the AI can help us speed the process. As we know, there are solutions based on visual AI, where based on the images of the product, computer vision, you mean? Yes. It's about the fact that the algorithm, by seeing the product, can describe it in a quick way. That's how we can put the product on the shelf to our store much sooner. So the entire process is speeded up, and then dynamic pricing. The AI should control the price as well, because there's large competition, everybody is fighting. We are not selling products that are one of a kind. We have lots of competition, many other companies selling the same products. So using AI would help us to be competitive. So in e-commerce, there's a series of elements that are important, and the AI should help us. In product recommendations, AI should focus on the experiences of the users, their reactions, and they have to analyze a series of reactions, likes, dislikes, what the customer would like to receive. As I said, we have 170,000 products. And we should diminish the number of decisions that the customer is making. So clicking through 170,000 products is a killer of conversions. So we should make it easier for the customer. How Spotify and Netflix work. They have thousands of products. There are movies, there are songs. So when you go to Netflix, you see how Netflix adjusts the offer to you so that we don't have to spend 20 minutes looking for a movie you would like to see, don't have to browse, it pops up right there for you. So when we analyze the behaviors of the customers, we know what to offer them to make the life easier. Before the customer buys the product, you have to analyze all the decision-making process. So the customer has to analyze different things and then decide whether the product is for them or not. Our sector is specific because the customer sees the product, but they are unable to try it on. The fashion sector is specific because it would be best for me to try the product out. And then we have a series of solutions in Modivo, in eobuwie. In Modivo is being deployed right now, so it's going to recommend your site. We have eSize Me service or tool on eobuwie, where you can physically scan the shoe and see the inside of the shoe and scan the customer who can go to a stationary store to do the scan or do it with a mobile app. So you no longer have to go to store to buy your product in a physical store. No, you're right. To scale the service, we had to approach it differently. We are on 17 markets. Our stationary shops are in Poland and in Czech Republic, but the large portion of our business is online, and we would not be able to be in different markets. Luckily, we were able to do it thanks to AI. And machine learning is helping very much because the system learns from the behaviors of other users, what they bought, and we are able to suggest the size, the model, and hope that the customer is not going to return the product, which makes that we are going to have bigger benefits. I would like to tell you about one more thing. It's super interesting. The humanoid. Yes, we have a humanoid. Just like robots in a warehouse, they go and drive. The humanoid is the AI of perception. And that humanoid scans the person and scans the behaviors of the person. How do we use the humanoid? Now, in stationary shops, it advises the customers to put on the mask. It sees the person, it can approach the person, it can localize the person, it comes into interaction with the people, and that humanoid can help the customers, of course. It's all simple examples, relatively simple, but in the near future, the customers will speak with the robots, and in our stationary shops, we'll deal with the robots without the help of the people. Thanks to our robots, that we call them by names, we first started to use them with children.
Thank you. We'll certainly talk about that later on, the interaction between humans and robots. Tomek, next question goes to you. But before I ask it, please tell us briefly what Pneumat does to understand the specificity of your business better. So, Tomasz Pachura, Pneumat System, we have the 45th anniversary. So my father founded it in 1976. So we deal in compressed air, a very difficult topic, automation of processes. So we are present on all production lines in all plants around, all around Wrocław, Poland, and Europe. So we are a pharmacy for the industry. Once an element breaks down on the production line and the production line stops, we appear, so it is very important for our product to get as soon as possible to the plant to remove the failure and restore the production. So Tomek, I'll refer to Grzegorzy's presentation, the B2B channel. Obuwie is B2C and you represent B2B, and an example of advanced technological transformation that your company underwent. So how did you do that? That was a strategic decision taken in 2014. So what was the reason to make the Pneumat company start selling its product also online? Until then, you sold your products through a network of sales representatives who offered it to clients. Yes, indeed. And this is where we noticed this demand. We derive ideas from pioneers. And when we listen to our commercial department, I am ahead of it, we answer the same questions. Do we have it on our in our stock? What's the price and how much of it? And that inspires us to open a platform which, in a simple and nice way, will answer the same question our clients would ask. This is why our sales representatives office, back office found in Wrocław, and clients all could increase their qualifications, train to solve big responsible projects and topics rather than replying all the same question. So the prerequisite to implement this transformation in your case was repeatability of processes that you observed in your company. Exactly, yes. Thanks to that, you notice that you can automate your processes. That is correct. So we got into cooperation. We launched our first online store, which was more or less successful over years, but we had 5 to 10% of turnover in our company via this e-commerce channel. And 3 years ago, we decided to stake on this, focus on this store from scratch, thanks to customers who use Zalando, eObuwie. They want to be handled in the same way. They want their service to be in the same way as on other strictly technical companies. Convenient, fast, etc. Exactly. So we started to build a new store, which we were able, fortunately, to complete and launch just 2 months before the pandemic broke out. So 30% of our sales today goes through e-commerce, our internet store. We've been developing it, and there is no end to this process, so we'll certainly go this way. So it made it so much easier, the artificial intelligence that is related to our warehouse, between different systems, that really help us to keep the constant level of employment. We employ 170 people now here in Wrocław, and the turnover grow annually by 15–20%. So a great success. I mentioned automation of warehouses. Automation is just one point. I'd like to come back to that in next round, because I wanted to ask a question to Grzegorz as well. So implementations of all systems based on NI cannot happen without collecting and managing data. So it has already been happening in companies, but what happens in the public space? So what's the role for collecting and managing data in producing technologies based on AI? So we really need to collect the data. So this is often related to just making a clear order that requires deep thought and combining different processes together. We also need people who can do that, who know how to do that. Because when I discuss with people what AI people associated, so usually people associated with big science, scientists inventing great inventions, this is needed, these breakthrough inventions. But on everyday basis in the industry we are in, I'm on the executive side for the systems. I have other colleagues responsible for delivering you goods. To do all that, we need craftsmen. So data engineers who know, develop the system, who know how to put the data in order. So that's a new role which is highly demanded. Because we need to build the world from scratch, in fact. So do we have these people here in Wrocław? Well, they are in scarcity. We don't have enough of them. The IT industry is difficult now, and they are the most demanded now, so highly deficient. So we've always had some deficiencies in my company, but they are lacking the most. But we see that universities start educating them. How can we counteract it? So the basic thing is education and requalifying people who are already there. So all those people who worked somewhere with data, and now they are no longer used, so to say. They are no longer needed, so they can retransform to fit into this role. So we can see there are more and more new courses created at universities, and I wish there were more of them. And it really depends on us also where we send our children to be educated, how quickly curricula are going to be adapted. That will all help us cooperate better. Are institutions and entities aware of all that? Well, there is some level of awareness. When we look at the slide that I have behind my back, there is a reason for which we are all invited to discuss this very topic. So there is a level of to this. So I'm happy. This is what I wanted to hear. So I'm happy that the city sees it and tries to inspire us to go in one direction and according to one strategy. So we are somewhere at the beginning of our way. Thank you, Grzegorz. Can I add something here related to, in reference to data? I can see one more problem here. We need engineers and people who will know how to do that, but there is also another aspect, acquiring data. As I mentioned, robot can already scan people in the store, stationary, so we acquire data. But we also need to know, we need to have right to use the data, to combine it. Our company is an example that we can collect lots of data from stationary stores, and the very same clients visit our store in the digital form, visiting online shops. So there is a challenge ahead of us, a task. We would need to find a clever way, a smart way, innovative way, compliant with law, very importantly, to acquire this data. Because this is where we encounter lots of problems. So tell me, limitations related to collecting and processing data now, are they an obstacle in developing your business? So I think we still haven't felt that really. But judging from what data we would like to use to be able to help our clients, I think that soon we'll get to a dead end, so to say, because also awareness of our clients will increase because they will refuse to share all their data with us. They won't allow our robots in stationary shops to scan them. So they might find it strange still. Sławek, another question to you. Getting into a consumer's shoes, we are all customers. Sometimes I use your platform, I order thing, I know you are client obsessed and you will deliver my product as soon as possible. Can you share what quick supply really means for Amazon, not only in Poland but also in Western Europe? Can you tell me about the process itself? The element of shopping and paying online, that's just the tip of the iceberg that your business is. So what happens once your client places an order online? What happens from the moment of ordering up to the point where they pick their parcel? So you mentioned here that the time of delivery starts to be the third dimension for taking decisions. One of many, but before we had to have a product available. Recently, we've already experienced that this availability is not always possible. The second criteria was the price, and now also convenient and quick delivery becomes a major factor. So depending on personal preferences and type of a product, there are different expectations. So if you buy your beloved watch, you can wait. But if you run out of milk, you would like to have it in 2 hours. So no one simple answer how quickly you want to have things. Certainly not a long time. Of course, everyone prefers to have it here and now. So I think that it will never be quick enough. But this element of delivery time is very important for us. So this is also one of the main criteria on our website. And of course, we see that this is how our clients take the decision when they look at the delivery time we offer, yes or not. So not all products can be available in all distribution centers, so it's physically impossible. So there are other processes in the background. So the system analyzes where is the closest warehouse to deliver, what is the possibility of work, and what are the transport routes. So all this happens based on data analysis, of course, on an ongoing basis. Meaning a person who displays the product in Katowice can get a different delivery time than a person who looks at this product in Wrocław. So this is fully dynamic as well. So if we have one product, one dimension, the situation is not that complicated. But if someone orders 2 different products, and our aim is to have the courier coming just once. First of all, the environmental issues, but also for the convenience of our clients. But sometimes these products are in 2 different places, and the system needs to analyze the data and suggest a good delivery time and coordinate somewhere in the background deliveries from 2 different warehouses. From one warehouse to the other warehouse, consolidating the parcel and delivery of one parcel to the customer. What is interesting, once you take your decision, shopping decision, there are several processes running on both warehouses. There are some critical time points. If there is a failure at one of these points, the process reprograms everything. So if something happens, for example, the system discovers that the product was not in the warehouse, the system is relaunched because the promise we made to the customer is the most important for us. So the system has to analyze different scenarios, thousands, hundreds of thousands of them, all the time, based on algorithm, based on AI, of course. It wouldn't have been possible without that. Even how products are distributed is important because as we can't have all products in all distribution centers, what starts to matter is also sales in the region, but it does not exist in new regions. So there is a certain seasonality, temperature outside. So there are thousands of factors, and they are all taken into account precisely. If in Białystok it's 10 centigrades cooler, which usually happens, the sales of winter-related products is going to increase in Białystok. So availability of products also depends on specificity of different regions. Yes. Well, availability is full, but the delivery time depends on that because the system tries to regroup products as close as possible to potential customers to have the shortest possible delivery time. So we need to take decisions either here or there in the warehouse. Tomek, a question to you. How important delivery time is for Pneumat? Is it a common denominator for e-commerce customers? How critical that is, and how robotization and automation implemented in your company contributed to shortening this delivery time? The delivery time is very important. As I mentioned, if the plant is stopped because of a broken element, the stopover costs hundreds of thousands of money, so this is very important. We often send our goods with a taxi because a part that costs 500 zloty, transporting it by an individual car would cost too much. But sometimes clients agree to this cost to shorten the stopover. And automation of the process looks like that. Currently, we have automatic arrangers, conveyors in our warehouse with 24,000 of boxes. Not long ago, we had people circulating there. Now we have a robot who is applying AI to learn to arrange everything. Can you tell us more about this arranger thing? So these are two racks with a rail track with a cart on it moving forward and upwards and downwards, and it takes one of the 24,000 of the 24,000 boxes which get to the warehouse manager. So we have the photo of a product, how many pieces, to which pick station, to which part of pick station needs to be placed, because simultaneously we can assemble 8 different parcels. So it's very probable that there are several orders handled at the same time where the same part will be needed. And this process is fully automated. Yes, it's fully automated. Apart from that, we have 2 robots circulating around the shop floor, because we have both the production and the warehouse. Production is only 15% for us. All the rest of it is the product turnover, like in Amazon. So the robots, there are 7 zones to which, or from which they deliver the product. So, for example, from a high rack station, the products are picked, then it moves on, and they are consolidated in one parcel. We have 400, 500 parcels leaving our center every day, about 100,000 parcels sent every year. And we have 15 warehouse employees. For 5 years, we've had the same number of people handling it. So with the development of technology, they had to retrain themselves. Their competences grew. What Sławek mentioned, right? Interaction between humans, robots, humans, automation. Yes, this is what happened. Grzegorz, now a question to you.
We spoke about very tangible things. Now I would like to go one level up. Let's be more abstract. Tell me to what extent my vision of a consumer is possible. Let's say that I operate as part of the cyber-physical systems. I operate in the space of the Internet of Things. I do have the fridge, and it's always connected to Wi-Fi. On a daily basis, it analyzes the consumer habits. It measures the volume of milk that we use. And when it comes to an end, the fridge will automatically place an order at the supplier of the product. The fridge will know what to do when we run out of milk. So this real-time order is received and made in the electronic center of placing orders. Then that order will be exchanging data with a vehicle I'm in, and when I come back to work, the milk is delivered where I live by an autonomous vehicle or a drone. To what extent is it feasible? Is there technology for that, or maybe there are some legal or ethical restrictions that will make it impossible? Whether it's going to be real in Europe at any moment, I don't think it will be. Or is it utopia? Yes. At large consolidation of the commerce from logistics to payment, it was done by one company. They started to be offering those services, or at least they were experimenting with that. And there are many AI startups who did that. Several days ago, the Chinese party decided that only the party can have that much information about the citizens, so they will be requiring that antitrust law will be applied, and they will stop those developments. So if you would like to learn more about that, go to China before they stop it. I think mentally in Europe we will never agree to being interfered to such a large extent. In Europe we would like to, I think, stay as a museum of AI with our GDPR law. Speaking of one customer with Sub-Saharan Africa, there's no law about that. If the project can be deployed there, we can do everything, because nobody has the awareness that information about the person belongs to that person. So in those places, you can create the law and make it enforceable in those countries. So there might be places where it can be done when 5G comes and the Starlink will deliver internet everywhere fast, but Europe will not be the place. And the future of autonomous vehicles, I think we stay more at the level of LEM, because there will be so many ethical problems that it will not be so easy to let it on the market. If we look at the logistic cases. Every time it doesn't touch the public space, it doesn't touch the information about people, then implementing AI is neutral and quite simple. However, simple marketing automation things, recommendation systems, gathering information, they are simple, but there's resistance because they refer to people. So if there's law about autonomous vehicles, that law would have to be enforced, and it's very difficult because as long as we have Europe as a social concept, it will not be possible. You started with LEM, and let's finish with LEM as well. We're out of time. Thank you so much to everyone for having participated in this panel. Thank you so much. Justified round of applause. Thank you so much for being with us, gentlemen. Thank you to all the speakers and to all the listeners in place. Please come and join us after the coffee break in 20 minutes. We will be speaking about a very different sector. The online visitors can go to our online studio, and this is how we will continue until 3. Thank you very much and see you in 20 minutes.
Okay, come in and see there are quite a few people having a walk, beautiful weather, but we have a studio here, made in Wrocław 2021 studio, Karilena and Paweł. Let me remind you about the competition. There's still some time left. You can answer to all the questions for, well, until tomorrow midnight. The first question has already been asked, and it's still relevant. What is important for you in online shopping and why? You can win AirPods Pro. I look at your answers. Łukasz has said that for him, the most important is the customer salesperson relations. He doesn't like the situation that when the quality of the product is not what he would like, and then the salesperson stops all the interaction, and he doesn't like that. For him, this relationship between the customer and the sales rep is important. Marta wants full information about the product she's buying and the possibility of asking questions. So again, interaction, someone to respond to, and security of transactions, which is important. Thank you for all your comments. Please keep them coming in, and soon you will hear another question and another prize to be won. In response to those challenges posed to companies, to business, and to AI by customers, so you, viewers and listeners, writing to us how important it is to have a good relationship between the customer and the salesperson. We discussed that at the e-commerce panel. We will hear about the needs of customers, finding out about these needs, good identification of these needs. And this is what is being done by the next company and its tool, UX automation. It's a concept, if I understand correctly. We will find out from the CEO herself, who will talk about whether it is true that this concept does the dirty job collecting data, analyzing data, and presenting the customer the way they are in order for us to be able to adapt to them. Paulina Walkowiak and the Cux company. Stay with us. Hello. Indeed, I would like to talk about UX automation, but I think that the dirty job is not just data collection, but processing, the hardest bit. And what is the most important thing in analyzing data? UX automation is a concept supporting companies on 3 levels. We want companies to have it easier to optimize their products, how they are supposed to look, how they are to be presented in e-commerce. Secondly, on the marketing level, how to create communication and messages to our customers, what customers expect from us, how can we resolve their objections. And on the purely sales level and increasing conversion. And in order to optimize, we need data. We have more and more data. On the main stage, we heard about how to optimize this and how to use the data better in order to create user-friendly, customer-friendly products. And in an average company, we have only 5% of time for analytics. It's not much to deal with the data well, to discover what's at the core of our problem. And finally, we have a situation when companies which want to be data-driven, which want to make decisions on the basis of data, don't do that in fact. Instead, they justify their decisions by referring to data, and as a result, they are unable to develop as best as they could if they really had an insight into what's happening with users. It's a fairly new concept, so let me explain this, how it works. First of all, our tool recognizes user behavior patterns. It looks at this chaotic internet traffic and looks for patterns which may suggest potential frustration in customers. We have some patterns showing that users are frustrated, irritated, angry, and there is a high likelihood that they will stop shopping. We show this by visualizing behavior qualitatively, but also by showing trends and the scale of problems in order for us to know whether this is indeed something that has an impact on our business, or is it a minor inconvenience without any impact on finances. Secondly, we try to pay attention to the business objectives in order for our data analysis not to be an analysis of a huge amount of information about our users having some experience, but we don't know whether it will be translatable into sales. We focus in our analysis on strictly business-based, business-driven objectives in order to analyze those data that can increase our sales. Believe me, these indicators are usually sometimes very different from what is usually analyzed. Finally, we want to show all the paths of our customers, not just to see the options, but also to see links after when do the users give up, which paths are the favorite for our users, where we want our users to be, to follow, and to buy. So we want our app to be able to help predict user behavior and provide precise insight into what communication channels users use and what paths we should design for our customers. Finally, it's all about increasing our profits. It's not just I'm talking about this as if it's a matter of the future. It's already functioning. Companies like T-Mobile are able to increase conversion. We have a spectacular example, 68% increase in conversion after eliminating a problem with cookies, but they also have been able to detect an unfair affiliate. Anya Crook, a jeweler, was able to adapt its campaign to its users better, showing precise price categories on the basis of behavior analysis. So we are able, within a very short time, thanks to UX automation, to discover and define the source of customer frustration. Thank you very much for your time, and please visit our website. Thank you.
Byłem w parku z córką.
I went to a park with my daughter, and there was this stand of coffee, tea, and there was a banner, PAI, on the stall with the icon of the eye, and my daughter asked me, what is this eye? And what did you tell her? I told her, yes, one eye, one coffee. You can actually take 2 coffees from me because you pay with your eye. And she looked at me and asked, in disbelief, really? You pay with your eye? I'm actually waiting for this technology to develop enough to include the any kind of site malfunctions in this payment kind of authentication. Well, I think Stefan Augustin will tell us about it, about the plans of PAI. Surely the plans are ambitious because the company has been developing very fast. It's now available all around Wrocław, also present at the technology fair in Dubai. Yes, we can see him approaching. We are broadcasting for you from our studio, made in Wrocław 2021, and we'll be telling you about this important revolution on market very soon, so stay tuned. Thank you very much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Karolina, Paweł. Yes, my job is to explain what we do, so I'll be very happy to tell you about this, about PAI. We are talking about payment by the eye and with an eye, but the name doesn't tell you that we were the first in the world to actually introduce such payment. We were the first, but obviously the road to this solution has been quite long because you need an algorithm, you need AI, and you need hardware, which is actually the heart and the core of our equipment. We also need an app to guide us through the payment landscape. And then you can pay with your eye. You may imagine that it's all very easy. You might have seen it in movies. We have translated the scenario into the reality here in Wrocław. We are definitely made in Wrocław, and that's where we implement our biggest pilot project using PAI in restaurants, when you can actually pay for anything you want with just your eye. So you don't need your phone, you don't need your wallet, it's not necessary anymore to have them. The payment is quite possible without them. For us, it was great to present this idea, this solution in Wrocław, in Dubai. You mentioned the trade fair in Dubai, and yes, we are now presenting our solution there. I can tell you that we are now working on a fusion of the eye and the iris and the face to make the solution even safer for our users. So we are working on another type of equipment where you will be able to pay with your eye or with your card. I keep being asked how easy it is, how simple it is. I can tell you it's very easy and simple. Very soon you'll just need to have an app and add your biometrical pattern, biometrical ID on your smartphone, and then you can use our equipment. And then you just go to the place where you can pay with PayEye and pay with your eye. I'm really sorry that we cannot be part of the competition today. We do have solutions for companies. We know that when we have to pay online, it takes too long. You need too many steps, and we are working on a solution that will make it much easier and much faster and much more pleasant. So that would be my answer if I were to answer the question in your competition. We decided that everywhere where you need authentication and verification, PayEye would be the solution, be it check-in at the airport, be it accepting parcels, or buying and showing your ticket at a concert hall. You often ask who has been working with us. We have several dozens of experts working in Wrocław, but also in Dubai very soon, to make sure that the payment in this way is safe and pleasant. Just cool solution. Integrity is also very important for us. Our investors are very aware of that. We do have EU grants funding our research. We also are an authorized payment company, and there's been many institutions and people who believed that we really need this solution, that it's really needed. We are definitely made in Wrocław, as I mentioned. We are very happy that we can develop from Wrocław and reach out to the rest of the world. We are very happy about the awards that we've been given and awarded here in Wrocław. So welcome, and I invite you to have a closer look at our webpage.
Stefan Augustyn, PayEye, and I'm going through your comments. Asia says, in online shopping, it's important for me to have security and reliability of the store and lack of any problems with contact. When I pay with my card, I always check the security settings. You can use Blick as well. I also want my package to get on time, and I don't want to go around the city looking for the courier. So this relationship between the buyer and the seller is important. Asia is trying to get the airport prod, and so, Bright, keep them coming in. So where is the place for the bots? Is really artificial intelligence helpful in solving these problems indicated by our viewers and listeners? We've been wondering about this at the Made in Wrocław conference devoted to AI driven by intelligence. That's our login. Luxon led the next company to be presented. It's a company which I call a company dealing with predictive maintenance. So smart maintenance, management. So it's about us feeling we are taken care of when it comes to lighting, without us wondering where to change a bulb. And they claim they will know when to change bulbs before they stop working, and they also say they will explain to us. Maciej Scholz from Luxon will tell us more about it. Hello. Let me just say at the beginning to explain something. We transfer from consumer world to the B2B. So we are talking about solutions for companies, big industrial plants all over Europe. Of course, those bulbs are there, but we are calling them differently. So in this context, I will talk about predictive maintenance, but where has it come from? At the moment, we are a market leader when it comes to intelligent lighting, including the lighting gear we produce in Wrocław, near Wrocław, control systems which we provide. We also provide installation services, which because these systems have to be mounted on ceilings, photovoltaics, and the whole package of products and services are financed for customers. What is important in our lighting luminaire services is that we can save a lot of energy expressed in kilowatt hours. There is an example, Berita. In Poland, we've been able to save 91% of electric energy through lighting, through the lighting system, so this is a lot. And thanks to the fact that we have such high savings, we are able to finance this package we provide from the savings generated by such an installation. What is also important, coming back to the slide, is that today the average return on investment in such a package is a year and a half. So this return on investment comes very short, basically in a few months. So because we offer this comprehensive service, we take full responsibility for it. This means that we offer full product guarantee measurements, that is the fact that the lighting was effective when it comes to providing lighting to our workplaces. We guarantee savings, energy savings, and reduction in CO2 emissions. Coming back to predictive maintenance. Because we offer such a broad package of services and products, that we take full responsibility and we guarantee a return on investment in savings, we needed one more element in this puzzle, TCM. TCM is a system based on real-time analysis of temperature, time, and power. We are able to analyze all these parameters very precisely. We know precisely what is going on with this or that bulb we mentioned a few moments ago, and we are able to service our devices only when it's necessary. So we predict when we have to send the maintenance crew to change the devices or to repair them or whatever. But our experience shows us that the luminaire equipment that we provide doesn't really need maintenance as such, but it's also about maintaining control systems and the entire package I mentioned at the very beginning. So, because that we have these devices, control system installations, together with everything installed at the client's place with TCM and full guarantee package. So we, in fact, are talking about one of the first and the most complete lighting as a service systems. That's all as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much, and thank you all listeners to Made in Wrocław conference. Thank you.
Again, I'm daring to interrupt you, and I believe this is very interesting debate you're having outside, but this is the last panel we have before lunch. So you will have time to eat lunch and do the most important thing, which is networking, and finally do business. We keep our fingers crossed there for you. We don't want you to share your benefits with us out of the businesses you will do out of today, but we cheer for that. Right now we are going to continue with the debate. And I'll tell you about the topic that is very current and very interesting. However, I'm calling to you to ask you to join us in the room, and please sit in the first, second, third row if you would like. Take your time, 2-3 minutes to put away your teaspoon and come back and be all ears. Thank you.
We've asked you already about one question for which you can win AirPods Pro. What is the most important thing for you in online shopping? Question number 2. Describe a situation in which the use of AI would save your day. Describe a situation in which artificial intelligence would save your day, would make your day. What would that be? Write a comment whenever under this live streaming and on our fan page or under the Made in Wrocław event. We will find your answers, don't worry. So write a few sentences and then you will be able to win an Apple Watch. Wonderful. Wonderful prizes we have. Answers can be provided not just during the streaming. You can write tomorrow in the evening. By tomorrow midnight, you can send your answers. We will find them and we will take them into account. So we're waiting. Describe a situation in which the use of artificial intelligence will save your day. An Apple Watch is something you can win. So in the morning, you might wake up and say, oh, I have an answer now. AI would be an opportunity, saving your day. You don't have any money with you, but you have your eye and you can pay with your copy. We will see guests coming in the main hall, in the auditorium. We have new guests and panelists and Jarek Kuźniar. So let's go back to the main hall and we will see you. Smart City, panel number 3.
Out of the studio of Made in Wrocław, we are in the main room to join the next meeting about the use of AI in the city, in a town. Usually, we would need a lot of data. This is what we heard in the first debate, the second debate, but in the cities, it's useful to use tourism in a different way and to sometimes disperse the traffic. Now we are in those times that the traffic has not come back to the intensity it used to have before, but I hope it's going to come back. But there are countries in Europe that use and process the data, and this is how they convert into cities that understand the future. I would like to welcome those who have come to the main room, those who are in the foyer, and those who are with us online. So welcome everybody, and thank you for being with us. The next panel will be joined by specialists and experts. Jan Hauser, Business Creation Manager, EIT, Urban Mobility Innovation Hub East. Round of applause. Dr. PhD Paweł Tomasz Smolarczyk, Head of Artificial Intelligence by Spyrosoft, SODA member, moderator Tomasz Sikora, the Head of Communication Department, Mateusz Wojtyło, founder and CEO of ShareP, and Paweł Kurtasz, Vice President of Wałbrzyska Special Economic Zone. Gentlemen, I thought that we would start conversing about smart city and the threats and opportunities of smart city or created by AI learning and using big data. I would like you to offer solutions from your spaces that would be useful for smart city. Maybe I'm going to list 3 interesting examples that we have been working on. The first interesting project was simulating or modeling the level of delays in municipal communication. We could assess the delay. If the city is smart, the communication network can be very dynamic, so the timetable doesn't have to be fixed. And if we see that there are more users, then we can add one more tram to unload the traffic in the city. Is it used anywhere in the world? Well, we worked for one of the cities in the UK developing this project. One more interesting example, and I'm dreaming to do it, and it's related with R&D that we are working on now. We have a system to analyze mobility using mobility data. It's anonymous information where people are traveling using their cell phones, and we're trying to control the widespread of contagious diseases like COVID. And based on such a simulation, I would like to see how maintenance works can affect traffic in the city. Sometimes I think that the maintenance works and reconstruction works are not planned correctly, and if they are done right and synchronized, then it's not going to affect the overload traffic in the city. And the third thing is modeling traffic signs, horizontal ones, like if we speak about satellite images and occupancy of parking lots, and telling the people where they can find a free parking spot to park the car. And if we help the people this way, the traffic on the road will be smaller because they will not be circulating in search of a parking spot. As far as I know, Wrocław has been implementing projects like that. Thank you. Tomasz Kajdanowicz, Technical University of Wrocław. I think you've been analyzing that with your students. Yes, we analyzed lots of data coming from the city, and AI starts where the city is open to give data to be analyzed. And we as scientists, we use systems, and this is where our work starts. Everybody should have equal data. So if it's legally possible, the data should be available for entrepreneurs, for scientists, and for citizens as well. Very often we were using city data, and one of the projects we did was not prediction, but what to do to make passenger more comfortable so that they are not unhappy with that. So how to change the entire timetable, and what particular locations should be rebuilt, or additional lanes, where to create them that would allow us to have more fluent flow of traffic. And Wrocław is a very smart city, takes our advices into consideration. I know it's a long-term process. You're not able to do everything at once, but we do analysis of basic things. So, something that is not commercialized in Poland, but you can draw conclusions out of that as well. And for instance, using social media, we can create a program of repairing tram tracks, which is now happening in Wrocław. I understand that you analyze the people's complaints from social media. Without official communication led by the city or city entities, we wouldn't have enough data. So it's all connected. It's not about reading comments, because sometimes it's very troublesome, even for AI. One more thing that we did, and the city bought the project, is intelligent mobility and how we should plan the location of city bikes. And we would like to put we would like to put several hundred bike stations, and the city residents are happy with that. And we went one step further. We were looking for ways using e-learning transfer. We wanted to put the good experiences from European cities to here. And we created methods that can tell us, like for the city bikes, where to locate the city bikes using the good and bad experiences from other cities of Europe. So the AI that analyzes the comments on Facebook, how much AI is emotional intelligence? Is it able to decipher facts from emotions? We have the largest in Poland, the Center of Natural Language Engineering Center. So this is a place where, for the Polish language, you can assess the emotional load, and you can run a more complex analysis of the text, and you can detect the level of aggression and personalized aggression. We have done that as well. So for one person can be aggressive, for the other person it will not be aggressive, and how to tell it to the AI. So we do research on that, and this year we did 5 or 6 publications on different conferences, how to develop world-class, state-of-the-art solutions in that sector. Mateusz? I would like to refer to one of interesting projects that we have been running last year, and since last year. Everybody knows that everybody has had a problem with parking or with traffic jams. This is a common knowledge everybody has. So why the traffic jams occur? One say that it's because of students, one say it's because of tourists, one say it's the reconstruction works. But it's a done deal. There is a traffic jam. What to do now to remove the traffic jam, to decongest the city? I thought you would say about the solution of one of the British. What the British did, he took a truckload of cell phones on one part of the city, and this is how Google thought it was a huge jam and distributed the cars around the city except his location. Well, that's a good idea. But Wrocław is a flagship city in ITS and other systems that are implemented, and we should be proud of that. But there are many traffic jams outside in the suburbs of the city, when you enter the city and when you leave the city in the afternoon. COVID underlined it very nicely. there are many people who waste sometimes 2 hours and a half a day to reach their workplace. So if it was possible, and we do try to do it in our project, if we make those drivers aware where they could leave their vehicle and change other forms of communication, city transport or this micro-mobility. And thanks to that, they can unload the city, because Wrocław, depending on the period, receives around 230,000 cars of incomers per day. This is such a big volume of cars that will go through the city. So if we can limit that by 20%, then people would feel a big relief. And somebody coming from Krzyki region could leave their vehicle and then switch into other form of micromobility or city transport or intercity transport. They would save up to 1 hour, 1 hour and a half of their life a day. They are huge financial savings as well. So this is one of the projects to make it possible. Everybody knows that we have a limit, that we have 4.5 thousand public spaces in the cities and in paid parking spaces. The outside of the street, there's 620 parking spots, and they are spots that are not used. It's not the city property, so it's not the city doing it. So now we are trying to create a platform where the residents can work together and manage their contribution to reduce the traffic jams. So this is what we would like to eliminate. I can say it shortly. I have a document for that. We did research on that. Dr. Szymański and their students have analyzed motivation and punishment. And it doesn't matter what we do, the transport, the best ever we could organize or offer, would not provide ideal solutions. So we should create very developed agent models using real data and describing destinations. And all that showed that we have to limit car traffic and then invest in public transportation. Jan, and what's your perspective? What's your perspective from Prague? And you're a startup person.
Enough to speak Polish, but let me assure you that I understand most of what's going on here, even without the translation. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me, and I will not be presenting just my perspective and the perspective of Prague, but also the perspective of EIT Urban Mobility. So just to explain very quickly, European Institute of Innovation and Technology is an agency of the European Commission, and they fund 8 thematic networks. You might have heard of EIT Digital Climate, InnoEnergy, which has a strong office here in Krakow, I think. But we are the only network as urban mobility that is based on the needs of cities. So that's unique about us, and the founding members of the network are cities. And it's huge cities we work with, so it's not just Prague, but it's cities like Barcelona, Milan, Helsinki, Copenhagen, Munich, so really large cities. And it's really great that we have a new city in the network from this year, which you might guess is the city of Wrocław, which is really great, and it really puts Wrocław in a good company, I think. So this is the perspective that we see. I know you were asking about concrete examples. So we basically do 3 things to support the cities. One of them is what I do, that is supporting the startups. And that's also something that this event is very much focused on. So what we do is we provide startups with investments, we provide them with networking and with opportunities to pilot what they do in the member cities. which means that if there's a good idea that works somewhere else, or that's just an idea and there's a need to test it somewhere, now Wrocław is one of the cities that will be invited to assess whether it could be useful or not in here, and we could try it together, and we have the funding to support it. But I said it's three things, so the startups is just one part. The second part is innovation projects, which is really helpful for cities that want to do something new, but perhaps not with a startup, with an established company, or maybe just to exchange experiences with other cities around Europe. And then they can get innovation funding, which works basically like other European funding instruments or grants. And then I said that's three things. And the third thing is talent. We have strong programs with universities for urban mobility, so in the area of everything that is related to urban mobility. And it's master's and PhD programs that are run in cooperation of the best universities, mostly technical universities around Europe. I hope we will get there during the debate, but I could present examples from all of the topics that were already mentioned. So from parking, we have startups and also city solutions in parking. We have solutions in active mobility. So there's solutions in bike sharing or other ways to support active mobility of people. We have also examples of public realm. So that's when we talk about public space. So that's also something that was already mentioned here. So how to use the space could be used for parking, could be used in other ways. And the southern and West European cities are really experimenting now with changing the public spaces to make the cities more livable and less car-centric. So that's again something that has become really popular in our member cities. And there's other topics such as last mile delivery and logistics, which is of course related to the circulation in the cities. So yeah, I could speak for hours, so I'll just stop here.
Thank you very much. Maybe let's refer to what Jan said a moment ago by saying that AI is entering every place. If you push it out through the window, it comes back through a chimney. So in which areas of smart city the AI would be most useful, would make that the cities get this boost to grow? Where would it be more livable then, thanks to AI? Mateusz, from my perspective, the first most important thing in the city is health. If what we spoke of before the panel, based on the example of the city of Wrocław, if we have a greatly developed ETS system and monitoring system that is well developed, and on top of that, the analysis of events on the road, and there are different events. There can be events, there can be accidents, there can be accident with casualties or with people affected, or maybe ambulance, or maybe firefighters. If we could support what's happening now with this AI that could detect the type of an event, allocate the right services, and pass on the recording from that event to the right people so that we can use the best possible measures to help using the resources of life-saving services, so that they don't have to commute through the entire city and there's only a small collision of cars, to make those cars out of the way as soon as possible, because big jams, they generate huge costs, and the waste of those life-saving services is huge. So it might sound very simple, but that would require legislation as well. But we have in Wrocław the center at Strzegomska Street, and they see all the monitors, and we should have it actually, but with human support. How could we improve that? Because as far as I understand, you could improve it, yes, or offer them something upgraded. Yes, looking from this perspective, it looks like you said, there's a great center I really recommend you to Google that, how it looks like. It's perfectly done. But in the end, there's only people working there, and there's a limited number of employees there. I'm not saying to replace those people. If these people can be supported with an AI system that could detect types of events, and it would switch to firefighters, switch to police officers, and send those services the right recordings, that would save time and costs, and let alone insurance companies. So I understand the problem would be what? Legislation? The law does not follow the news, technological news. Well, now legislation, I think, could be a problem now. However, it's solvable. When ITS was implemented, this imaging and AI was not within the budget of the city in that time. I'm not saying it was impossible, but there was no money for that. Now, it's feasible. So a pilot project that we could implement thanks to the resources and the software you mentioned, Jan, that would be great. That would be something that every city would benefit from that. Because for the city, taking on the responsibility for undersigning a project that might work, might not work, it's a bit risky. However, if it's solved in a way, like you said, referring to startups, something I've been living with since 2007, then those initiatives are very necessary. It's inevitable. It's difficult to implement an innovation on a national scale or European scale from a Polish perspective if you see a concrete wall everywhere you see, because people tell you, well, because we don't have legislation, well, because we have limitations. But if you have the smart support and organizations like you mentioned, Jan, those pilot projects are feasible to be done and to really change something, make a lasting change.
Referring to the medicine and how AI can be used there, this is what is going to be discussed during the next panel, so you're warmly welcome to join the next panel. But Tomasz, the area for AI, where it could change our reality, city reality the most. So the city that is supposed to be smart and use artificial intelligence means at least three areas. The first meaning the infrastructure, transport, energy, safety, security. So these are areas where AI has to affect us, has to be in touch with us, because we know that soon, until 2050, according to EY, there will be 2/3 of population living in the cities, where we'll be consuming 3/4 of the energy generated. So we need to be prepared that if we fail to use artificial intelligence, the quality of life will decrease significantly. We've been observing that in all cases when we got behind with something. Economy. We need to follow up, catch up with artificial intelligence, and to use artificial intelligence in education. This is where we learn in either schools or remote form of studying, individualized form. These are organized forms of education, and this is where we need to use the AI. Further on, we need to implement artificial intelligence to companies which will transform knowledge-intensive companies. And last but not least is managing the city, artificial intelligence that allows us to solve everyday problems. Some obstacles by analyzing. First collecting data, then analyzing it, and then developing the right level of knowledge. Speaking of examples, I remember a project implemented in Barcelona, because infrastructure and energy is one of it. So artificial energy is not for its own sake. They decided it is to help them save money. So they decided that on streets which are not used because nobody walks on them or drives there, they will dim lights there. And they saved lots of money on that, on dimming lights on areas that is not used. Seoul is a city where there is a subway underground. 7 million services a day. Nearly everyone travels by underground. And artificial intelligence entered there not to have a fixed timetable, but to make more trains when needed during peak hours. That there are more and more trains incoming when needed. Of course, you may criticize it, you may comment it or observe, but this is what's needed. So, speaking about medicine, my colleagues from Sensitive Lab from Boston, they had this idea to study medical level of residents, but not by analyzing their sensitive data, because here we have this obstacle of data and data analyzing and property. They started to analyze sewage. And based on that, they were able to observe different terms in lifestyle trends, healthcare trends, and they were able to even suggest some preventive measures. But they needed AI to analyze the data, for example, chemical substances. So water around Woodstock, for example, was studied as well, and the amount of cocaine was so high that eels in there are certainly endangered. So, and the management of the festival, they asked the participants not to stop using cocaine in that amount because the eels are endangered. Okay, so I agree with the previous speaker. For the city to be smart, we need to address all the areas related to smart cities, it being safety and infrastructure and energy, healthcare, or even culture. Because if we address only the problem of traffic jam or infrastructure and we fail everywhere else, the quality of life won't increase at all. And in smart city is about all residents feeling happy while living in a city and having benefits from that. So we need leaders in all these areas. Moreover, very often, they need to be at the intersection of these areas. What Mateusz mentioned, the case where we need to send an ambulance somewhere, we might try to clear its way by making the green lights wave. This is one of the tasks which is at the intersection of two different areas, and very often combining the two areas is difficult. We need to remember how the projects, AI-related projects in a smart city need to be conducted to keep the privacy of residents. We'll talk more about risks. Tomasz Kajdanowicz mentioned different projects at the intersection of private and public, or ideas applied in the world. I thought also about this pilot project we have, Microsoft together with the municipality, sensors in garbage bins to check whether they are not overfilled. They also indicate where we could have more garbage bins or where they can be reduced because people don't use that. So this is a pilot project now. But I've been wondering who should have the main role in building the smart city. Is it the city, the municipality, and the managers, startups, or larger businesses which are more than eager to apply the technologies they develop, or at least test those ideas?
from our experience, it's really necessary to have all the key stakeholders on board, because otherwise it just doesn't work. But also from the experience, we see that really probably the role of the city is really important, and strong political leadership, because if the city really wants to change towards more sustainable, not just mobility in our case, but functioning existence of the city, really it doesn't work without a strong leadership from the city itself. So of course you need support from national level in terms of legislation and rules. You need the support of the companies and of the citizens, but still I see the political will as the key aspect.
I would compare the city to a corporation. Each corporation has the problem that once it becomes a corporation, it starts having difficulties with innovation, implementing innovations, trying out different things. It is a global and gigantic problem all corporations face. In this case, corporations either open their own startup programs or some kind of innovation hubs, or they use the solutions again. I'll refer to Jan. And in my opinion, this is the only solution. The city clearly shows the direction. Yes, this is what we want. We are open. We give you this playing ground for you. But can you be more specific? How do you see that? So the president, the mayor, Maza, he says, yes, it's important. I want to have this. It's nice to hear that. But how, in your opinion, the city should really support this kind of initiatives? Only with a good word or some other way? Well, unfortunately, a good word is not enough. All in all, a company with an interesting idea, a startup talks to an official who calls on legislation, on regulations to decline. So we have in Wrocław a whole unit. So if they got the mandate, the possibility to develop different pilot projects or research projects, and if they were also obliged to have minimum this or that amount of those projects, that would lead to some specific results. It's not about talking numbers only or amounts. We know that we need to develop this or that projects. We know that statistically, when we have 40 projects, we can have 2 unicorns out of that. A breakthrough, a life-changing experience for the city with relatively low financial input. So corporations implement different competitions to solve their problems. Orange had something like that on their website, and some other companies as well. Companies have startups, calling them, and the realization of a project by a startup can be 10, 20 times cheaper than a well-established company which would come. So that's also fast from the point of view of the city. It doesn't require lots of legislation, and it's not an additional cost for the city.
I just quickly wanted to add one more approach, which is popular and which is popular in terms of getting more funding for the city. So that's the way we fund projects, and also other EU or other funding schemes fund it, and that's called Living Labs, which basically means that the city not just says we want to change or we want to my chcemy change something, but it's actually that they select either a neighborhood or an issue that they want to deal with, and they really invite the stakeholders to work on that, and they open, that's why it's called Living Lab, so they actually invite the stakeholders to experiment in this field or in this neighborhood in the topic that they want to deal with. Of course, in our case, it's mobility, but it can be any of the other topics that were mentioned here.
I always like to refer to a 4-ingredient mixture that works all together. So the first is the citizen who has to get involved, mainly not to make him a participant of a smart city, but to make him a smart citizen, to be this linking point, building the city and decide what's the shape. Then we add science, universities, those who can pursue innovation, at least in the first phase, and the funding, of course. So in this team of 4, we should be able to build specific initiatives which need to be founded on the city. Meaning what? The city has chief data officer, chief data science officer, for example. We have it in some extent, but this is an issue of prerogatives. What can be done by whom from a perspective of authority within the structure of either the municipality or the local self-government. So if we have this officer, they know what kind of data there is in the city. Since 2017, we've all been aware. The Economist wrote that data is it is the most valuable thing that we might have. So the city is a collection of systems, people, ecosystems, services, a place which generates a huge amount of data, which in themselves give us a chance to monetize it. So the city, as an entity, we can use things that are not available anywhere else. So either we can use it ourselves, or we can open it as much as law allows us to do that, to open an ecosystem of startups, big companies, other organizations to deal with it, or we will solve problem after problem. Without building this awareness in the city, what we have at hand, this is going to be very costly. In Wrocław, we have nearly 100 IT systems that have different data, which are already a great input for artificial intelligence. Moving on, building on these, okay, I'll stop here and I'll pass the floor. So I will agree that all the institutions or agents that you mentioned, the 4 of them, they are key stakeholders in the transformation towards a smarter city. But the city is the key, the main integrator. I loved this comparison of city and the corporation. When we talk with our clients very often, we try to convince companies to be smarter and be able to follow the digital transformation. CEO buy-in, this is very important. The city has to have the will to do that and needs to give the support to all other agents and the space to be able to implement these projects and build solutions. But it should be somehow moderated as well, so the city can, of course, influence what areas are interested for it. We don't want to have all crazy ideas gathered together. No, we prefer them to address a specific problem, let's say increasing the traffic problem or healthcare system. So the city should be a moderator in these areas. I keep asking about more specific examples. How a city can be a moderator in these situations financially, by PR measurements, technologically. One of an example can be this conference where we are. But also hackathon solutions or open projects where companies could come up with ready potential ideas. But what is important, these projects should not focus on specific solutions, but rather point out a problem that needs to be solved, to give the space to generate interesting solutions. But they should be able to address a specific problem, to decrease congestions. hackathon, right? So all hands on board, right? Yes, precisely. So there's a saying, do something that people really need. Do something that people really need, because we have several fascinating solutions in our city and other cities which are not needed by anyone. Then they don't make anything easier, and still they were very costly. So in Poland, in Central Europe, we all have been learning to change this approach, to make it more, viable. Check first before you start doing something. I discussed it with a sociology doctor. Let's check what is needed. Let's make an interview. We have the citizen budget in Wrocław. People can say themselves what they need. They persuade their neighbors. They pursue their goals, the projects. So this is what shows, yes, we solve a specific problem here and now in this place, in this city district, for example, because Wrocław is not a city with just one city market, and that's all. City of Wrocław has some other marketplaces, Maślice, Kowale, other small centers. These are pretty distant communities which also have their needs, and they are the ones who know best what their requirements are. So interviewing them is very important. So this is why universities are so important, with the resource of their students or doctoral students, because they can prepare the whole database. The artificial intelligence could, in theory, analyze it, as you mentioned beforehand, the social media, etc. It might try to check the real problems and based on calculations that could be sent to the centers that Jan mentioned, organize it somehow. So there are some projects which, in a similar form as the Wrocław citizen budget, could be open for pilot projects to solve the specific problem. Who knows, maybe this solution, along with the tools that we already have at hand, could help us solve really the problem. So the city shows the needs, but the citizens show their needs, or the city asks what their needs are to the citizens, and then asks business or startups or other organization for their support and solutions, possible solutions. So maybe I'll ask a provocative question. Perhaps we already have too much data. If we take the ITS and information that ITS is able to generate, in your opinion, are we able to process and use all this information? Perhaps we have too much of it, and we are getting into some chaos, losing our threads because we've got too much on our plate. As for ITS, I'll take the floor again. That's true. We have an enormous amount of data. So this data is partly stored, partly removed, or stored only for some time. So here we have legislation at hand. That is cooperation between or among different departments or units. We have police, city guards, firefighters, ambulances. These are all different, so to say, corporations, and they need to cooperate with each other. Does the city have the tools to force them to cooperate and share the data, so that the data does not stop at the boundaries of the city? Because then you have a different powiat, a different district, or other administrative units which cannot access this information. Or they can have this information, they can see it, but they cannot use it because they require lots of bureaucracy to follow to be able to use the data they might have. So here, artificial intelligence, on the one hand, could impersonally perhaps analyze the data to give prompts to say, well, here we have a situation and here we have a solution. From something very important things, let's think of the A4 motorway, which is called the motorway of death. It's famous for the number of fatalities we have there. And imagine that the corridor of life is created, but still the ambulance needs to get there. But if the drone could be the first there with a monitoring where a trained person could instruct someone via this drone how to save somebody's life, we have all tools to do that, to send a drone with someone advising. Well, we even have companies in Wrocław producing drones of this type, but here again we have legislation, right? Because this drone would need to fly along the motorway, and there are several administrative districts around there. We would need to have a special corridor for it to fly. So the number of obstacles that would need to be overcome, including legislation, makes it a big challenge. But this challenge could really, really save lives. The same happens if someone has a heart attack within the city. We have 5 minutes to respond, and the ambulance has no chance to reach there. So if artificial intelligence could quickly respond here, for example, at least to call help and the drone arriving to save him, we could save the life of this citizen, a taxpayer as well. But we need to have a tool within the city. So these are the challenges that the city should try to take.
As I represent the Technical University of Wrocław, we have a spin-off that Professor Tomasz Niedzielski created or invented drones that do several thousand pictures, and out of those pictures they can detect what's on them, and that was first time used in practice this year in Bieszczady region where a tourist was missing, and thanks to those images from the drones, they could find the person and the place where the person was detected. They planned to investigate that place in 3 days' time. So luckily, the pictures were analyzed by AI precisely, and this is how the person was found, and they could detect that the person was where it was. So we see it's feasible. However, we know that the registration might be troublesome. As it's like having a Bentley driving around Poland, that you cannot do anything about this luxurious car. The majority of roads are perfectly monitored, and there are systems that read the plates. However, every section of road depends to a different administrator. So this road belongs to the local authority. That road belongs to a provincial authority, and they are not connecting the information. So if a car is stolen, it can be tracked. It comes here, goes there, or goes nearly to Ukraine. And we, of course, know information where the car is, and we have 3 to 6 hours to catch the guy. But we cannot do anything about that because you would have to write a document, send the document, because you cannot use the data, because you're not the owner of the data. So that's a big problem, and it once was between Norway and Poland that they were tracking somebody. One more interesting thing in this case is that there was a project we are doing with we're doing a project with Michigan. So if people buy groceries, they can be delivered at night without creating traffic, and those vehicles can analyze the safety of roads at night and all that thanks to AI. Well, we have only 5 minutes left now. I would like to ask you to summarize, but to think about the future. What's the perspective in the next 5 years? So smart city in 20 years, maybe. I will be provocative, and I will start with the person who knows Wrocław the least, but you're doing your best to do it. Jan, let's start with you.
I'm certainly doing my best to get to know Wrocław these days. Yeah, this is a good question. I mean, we have a lot of innovation projects and startup projects with capital cities that I mentioned, but also with mid-sized cities. And so I think you could have a look at the future in our catalog of innovative solutions that we provide to our members, but also to the public on our website. So that's what we try to do. I think these changes will take place in all the sectors that were mentioned here, and that this will hopefully change the life of the citizens to the better. Just to summarize, maybe I just would like to tell you that we also work with Toulouse and this kind of aviation kind of industry cluster that is around Airbus. So please, and that's my summary. If you know anyone that we could network with in terms of drones or other mobility solutions, please let me know, or my colleagues here. And I think this exchange of experience and exchange of contacts and networking, and maybe if it's not possible to do the pilot here, we can do it in Toulouse or in Milan. And then when the people in Wrocław will see that it works with a Polish drone startup somewhere else, they will actually want to have it here. So I think there's ways to support the political will, and we're here to help with that.
From my perspective, I think the city of the future is going to be a smart city that is going to support the resident while helping the person to solve the problems in real time. So it will be cheaper to live, it will be easier to live in. From this perspective, it will be also cleaner. These are the basic, most important elements I find here. The city of the future will be the city who will be able to know who is the owner of the data and who manages the applications in the world of difficult things. It will be a city that can identify the needs of the resident, and after certain political processing, will make the people be happy, safe in their places where they live. And in my opinion, it will be a big job when we come back to this natural city. So a city that allows us to fulfill all the needs that we have in life. So I believe this is going to be a future city of smart city. The city of the future will be a city where big data will change into smart data using AI. And I think it's going to optimize its infrastructure. It will make sure that the healthcare is the best possible quality and that there is variety in the city. Because I hope that the AI does not put us all in one big bag, but that still provides variety, cultural, or any other related with balance with the green areas and the city tissue, that it's all kept and maintained. Thank you very much for this very nice perspective. Hopefully AI is going to bring us back to the natural city, the city that in real time reacts to the needs of the residents, the city that makes that life becomes more simple. And I believe some of those solutions can be checked in Jan's place, as he's going to show it to us. But I hope that meeting of Made in Wrocław will make it easier and more feasible, that the life in the city is more available and more simple as the natural cities. Thank you very much for this. Jan Hauser from AIT, Urban Mobility Urban Innovation Hub, Engineer Tomasz Kajdanowicz, the head of Department of AI, Tomasz Smolarczyk, head of Artificial Intelligence, Spiresoft, and Mateusz Wojdyło, founder and CEO of Offshore IP. Thank you very much for the conversation. Thank you so much, moderated by Tomasz Sikora, head of communications of the Wrocław University. And thank you, all of you, for having participated in this panel. For all the online viewers, we have less than 1 hour for networking, for lunching, and please be back here around 14:10 to start the next panel, and then we will be speaking about AI used in medicine. Enjoy your meal.
Ty słyszałaś, co on powiedział?
Jaki lunch? Jaka przerwa?
Have you heard? What kind of lunch? No break. We are not having any break. Come back to us. We have geniuses here with great ideas, amazing companies who are going to join us here in this second spot at Made in Wrocław 2021. We have a studio where we invite guests. Let's talk about the competition very quickly because we have it live. Yes, the last question was in what kind of situation the artificial intelligence would save your day. I think a situation like, for example, I don't have anything to wear. My best clothes are in the washing machine because my dog has been on a walk, and then I had mat all over. And then what can I do? What Mateusz Wojdyła said. Yes, you can use a drone, or as he said, the drone coming up with medical help. These are more serious situations. I don't know if you can see now a photograph with guests and panelists from the previous panel, Mr. Kuźniar, Tomek Sikora, from the right, yes, that's exactly it. And their faces have been blurred, and we don't know why. Actually, we can do that on our smartphones, you can blur your face, but actually there is a company who does this for a purpose. Probably you then have control over the use of your image in videos, in pictures, if you don't wish for people to see your face. So they are working on such a solution. In general and universal surveillance times, it's very important to have such a solution. So it's also important to ask the question, safety, security, or privacy? How to solve the dilemma of vision-based systems. And we'll ask Mr. Mateusz Zimoch from Tracy to tell us more about this. But we will see his face, right? Yes.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa
Hello.
bardzo serdecznie. Ja się nazywam
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mateusz Zimoch. I am the CEO and founder of the Tracy company. We focus on vision-based systems and AI. What you can see on your screens is actually one of the results we've been working on, and something we used during the last panel. It's software allowing anonymization of pictures and videos. As has been mentioned, the very idea comes from the megatrends of the 21st century. How has the world been changing? On the first hand, we have the growing urbanization and urban sprawl in our cities. People want to live in cities, and alongside the growing cities, we have growing surveillance systems. We have more than 1 million cameras in public spaces in Poland, and this number has been growing steadily, and we'll probably have 30% more of such cameras very soon. Along with surveillance, there are analytic systems based on AI using these visual materials. Western countries, Poland and other countries, EU members, the US and other states need to answer the question whether they want to provide more security and safety by investing in surveillance systems and face detection systems, or to provide more protection for personal privacy. Because if we increase security systems based on surveillance, we limit privacy. And this is the dilemma that our company is trying to solve. Our main idea is to provide and deliver ethical monitoring solutions. One of the solutions that we have developed is this software for allowing the anonymization of video materials. You can see the video, how it works. It can be used offline and online. It can be connected to any monitoring station and surveillance station. We can blur faces and registration plates. This also provides compliance with legislation, with GDPR and other acts of law. Legislation has been following technical progress, and the new rules and principles on personal safety and privacy are being introduced. With this kind of software, we can avoid the, let's say, Chinese model where citizens are being assessed and surveilled at all times. We can protect our privacy. The solution enabling anonymization also enables other analytical exercises. Along with the anonymization system, we can also provide analytical tools where we can actually count people passing by, the accident detection, detection of incidents, fights, let's say, or terrorist attack attempts. It's all possible. In the one solution, we can track, but also we can anonymize. And in this way, we can provide better security, but while protecting privacy. Our company provides both. So that will be all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
That's very nice what Mateusz has said, because you're watching Made in Wrocław and not Made in China or Made in Korea, because these are very different models to escape this total surveillance. This is about anonymizing data. It's interesting to see how it will develop, whether we'll be able to mark in my smartphones that nobody would be able to see me in films or photographs because my face will be blurred and I decide whether I'm shown or not. Wonderful. So let's move from one wonderful idea to another wonderful idea, artificial intelligence in education. Education is also an important area where AI has its uses. It may attract the attention of younger people or those who like technological novelty and find out something about ecology. Another app with kids being able to check on their phones where the Pacific Ocean is polluted the most. I don't know whether it's as simple as it was, but it's brilliant. I don't know if it's as simple as it is with lighting, but we'll see whether it's complicated or not. Giant Laser is the company. We have two people from that company, Michał Rypel and Jakub Korczyński, who will enter the stage and will show you whether it's nice and pleasant or difficult. Pleasant it certainly is. Good afternoon, Jakub Korczyński, Michał Rypel. Today we have the pleasure of telling you about how our company combines new technologies with making people aware of climate change and environmental protection. We deal with virtual and augmented reality in various uses from industry to medicine. We have one project that is very close to our hearts, Traci AR. We will talk more about this soon, but first let us tell you about our adventure. It is an adventure, but also an attempt to use new technologies to solve socially important problems. One of them is ocean pollution, plastic ocean pollution, because we don't recycle as much as we should, and there is also the question of climate change. For us, an attempt to solve this problem is by using virtual reality to fight rubbish in oceans. In 2019, we presented an app, Traci AR, which talks about this as a pleasant game. This started as a game, and it was hailed as one of the best VR proposals for ecological education. Of course, there were many other references, and this was the beginning of our adventure with environmental protection in VR, and it has enabled us to understand how to educate through play, through games. This has led us to another stage, which is beginning now, and all this has been made in Wrocław. That is why we are at this Made in Wrocław conference. Our next proposal will be another app using augmented reality. It will be available totally free, and anyone willing to do so will be able to do so. Traci AR is about introducing the question of environmental protection on another level. We're no longer talking about recycling, just recycling, but how to replace single-use products with those that will last longer and will help us reduce ocean pollution, for example. That is why we have this character of Victor, who is our friend, and we want to help him as part of this app. We've heard slogans like zero waste or less waste, but how to become more involved in this movement and have a smaller impact on the environment, to be more eco-friendly. This is our proposal, Traci AR. We use augmented reality, a technology on the phone, to scan the space around us and present virtual objects. It's a very engaging medium which draws us in. We want to achieve that for users to feel empathy towards this problem, even the youngest users. We want them to use this app and to better understand this complex problem. As a result, we hope that our daily choices will become better if we can do that in an engaging way to if we are able to find out in an engaging way, what can we do to take care of the environment. This app has a very characteristic style to make it smooth. It attracts the eye through the colors and the figures we present there, and because we can talk to our protagonist, to Victor, in this app. The app will be available very soon, so we are planning the launch. So this is a pre-launch introduction of the app, and feel free to take a look and use it. Go to our social media where we will inform you about the development of this app, the Climate Lab project on Facebook and Instagram. This is a project we are developing as part of our Giant Laser. In Giant Laser, it's devoted to climate and the environment. We hope we've persuaded you to do that, because we know that technology and the environment can go hand in hand. Thank you.
Let's save Victor, the turtle that the guys were talking about. Well, if the turtle was living in the installations managed by Municipal Water and Sewage Company in Wrocław, he would have a great life. If he could just drink our drinking water and live in Wrocław, that would be great. So, about water in Wrocław, do you know when the first water and sewage system was set up in Wrocław? Actually, 150 years ago. On the 1st of August, 1871, that was actually the date when it all started. The modern water and sewage system. We do have such a company, municipal company in Wrocław. One of its representatives is with us. We will be talking about artificial intelligence and municipal water and sewage systems and a technology named LoRa-1. It's all about remote water meters reading, which means that the specialists don't have to go to your home and read your water meters physically there. It's actually more than that. It's not only remote reading, but also tracking our consumption. So please stay with us and stay with Made in Wrocław. Mr. Piotr Słomiany. Thank you very much for this introduction. Yes, my name is Piotr Słomiany. I'm responsible for finances and IT in the Municipal Water and Sewage Company in Wrocław. I am very glad that we can indeed combine tradition with very modern technologies. 150 years of our history and tradition. This year we started implementing a very advanced solution, AOT-based solution, implementing the network that would enable us to read water meters remotely. People from Wrocław don't have to be introduced to what we do. We are well known. Perhaps some statistics. So what do? We are creating something bigger than just a network for remote reading of water meters. We are now co-creating Smart City. Together with our partner, we are building an IoT network that we will use, but also, which is also very important, all the Wrocław-based companies, not only municipal companies, but all other companies will be able to use this network and have their sensors become part of it. I'll talk more about it later on. Our project
will take 5 years to implement. Over the next 5 years, all the households will have their water meters replaced. Along with the interface, we will collect data, which we'll also share with the Wrocław inhabitants in order to help them create and facilitate good practices, so that we can all see how we use water and how we can use it responsibly, because water is very precious. Here you can see how advanced the project is. 35% of Wrocław area has already been included in our IoT network. This has been one of the biggest implementation projects in Poland. Wrocław is the first city where such technology is being implemented on such a scale. When will it be ready? January next year, 2022, the network will go live. But actually, replacing water meters and installation of interfaces will take longer. It can extend to the next 5 years. But actually, everybody can start using the network as early as next year. Why do we do it? One of the factors is definitely cost reduction and automation of the whole process, starting with the water meter reading up to the automatic billing, while all the time enabling communication with the users by also sharing live information online about water consumption. With that kind of information, we'll be able to let you know and flag if there's been any leaks or potential leaks in your internal network, which, as for the time being, has not been possible. The project is bigger, and it's about something more than just remote water meter reading. It is actually a core based on which we can develop other ideas as part of the smart city project, including other sector sensors, for example, air pollution sensors, which could also be shared. The readings can be shared on the municipal network pages or by external companies. Another solution that could be part of this integrated solution is the parking sensors, with which we can check where we can park, where are free parking lots, other water bin sensors, waste bin sensors, etc. So sky is the limit. I invite you all to have a look at our project.
Brilliant idea, because it facilitates, speeds up. This remote meter reading is very future-oriented. I'm wondering whether the next project is based on this, because as I read, it's a satellite support for land taxing. So no one comes to you to take your money, but a satellite takes your property tax from you. Briefly, but it's more about us, more about companies rather than as ordinary people. A satellite takes photographs and then measures the property. Is it about this? And well, we will hear from Michał Hermanowski about it. Michał Hermanowski is data sales director from the company, and we will hear what it does. Thank you very much. Michał Hermanowski, and at Salt Revolution I'm responsible for data sales and sales of products based on satellite data. I would like to talk about today about how Salt Revolution, a Wrocław-based company, supports local governments in controlling areas covered by property tax. Made in Wrocław is an excellent opportunity to present a project we have been carried out for the city of Wrocław for the last 12 months. The project was about successive delivery of reports to the Department of Taxes, to a unit dealing with property tax. The project was divided into 7 stages in order to take into account analytical capacities on our side, as well as capabilities on the part of the tax department of the city of Wrocław. What we delivered was, first of all, information to public officials, local government officials, which properties should be inspected with regard to the property tax. So we supported inspections which are carried out anyway by the department, pointing to areas which to us seemed to be the most important when it comes to verification. The project was a kind of, or is still preventive in nature, because after the first information, which also appeared on social media of the city, that some citizens or some companies, legal entities themselves came to the Department of Taxes to correct the tax statement without waiting for inspectors to come to them. We've used, first of all, satellite data for these analyses, optical imaging and similar products, detection of buildings. So from the satellite data through machine learning, we've carried out a building detection which has been running for 12 months, every month. But we've also used historical data from a year or 2 years ago in order to see the story of a history of a given building, a given property, and to potentially indicate those places where there are some discrepancies. We've also used data from public registers, like the surveying data or other data like building permits, all data which are of key significance when it comes to report verification. The reports indicated very specific buildings, specific properties, with all the information we got from the public registers, as well as all the information we were able to collect from the satellites. So officials were able to check when a given building had been built, when the building permit had been issued, and on this basis he or she could decide whether to start an inspection or contact the owner of a given property. As I've said, the project has been running for the last 12 months. We've delivered over 1,600 reports, and we were able to check and verify about over 60% of the area of Wrocław, usually the most sensitive areas when it comes to discrepancies or gaps in property tax. We also provided images which the city can use for other purposes if there is such a need and a desire to use this material. The project has seen a very quick return on investment through bigger tax revenues for the city. Of course, it will continue to bring benefits to the city budget over the next few months and years, because the corrections to tax statements will certainly have an influence on the future. At the end, let me stress that the success of the project, because it has been a success, would not have been possible without close cooperation with the city of Wrocław. We collaborated with the city treasurer, Mr. Urban, especially with the Department of Taxes, which analyzed our reports. Thank you very much.
ja wiem skąd nazwa Collins.
I do know where Collins, as the name of the company, comes from,
Collins za
because I
chwilę.
checked.
Początkowo myślałem, że chodzi o Phila
Collins.
Collinsa.
First, I thought it will be about Phil Collins in the air tonight, his song, and they are dealing with the air and sky, but actually it's probably Michael Collins, one of the astronauts who landed on the moon. He was the pilot, so he could not actually step on the moon. Probably that's why he's little known, but actually he should be most famous because he had greatest responsibility. That's why I think they chose the name Collins Aerospace. But they are going to talk not about this, about landing on the moon, but about AI. My microphone is not working. Okay. So let me just say that we are indeed going to go into space with Collins.
Ale już na szczęście wszystko naprawione, znów jesteśmy na orbicie.
No problems.
I
Houston.
będziemy mówić o sztucznej inteligencji w lotnictwie.
We're going to talk
właśnie.
about artificial intelligence in aviation and aerospace industry. People have been saying that the autopilots can actually land most planes. So will people be necessary? Yes, because you have to say something. You have to say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board of being what's... And you give the number, yes, but actually the air hostesses can do that. Agnieszka Kobak and Dominik Bieliczko are going to tell us more about what it's going to be about.
Cześć, z tej strony
Hello.
Collins Aerospace Wrocław.
Collins Aerospace Wrocław. My name is Agnieszka Kobak. This is Dominik Bieliczko. We are very happy that we can be with you today. Thank you for this very nice introduction. We are not going to discuss the name of our company, Collins Aerospace Wrocław, but we would like to tell you about what we do and about the AI that we use. Collins Aerospace is part of a corporation, RTX Technology. Our facility is located in Siepola district in Wrocław. We currently employ over 1,100 employees. Our Wrocław facility is quite unique because here we manufacture parts, aircraft parts, and we also overhaul parts and segments of equipment. So as you can see, aerospace industry, that's what we focus on. Today we would like to present how we use AI in our activities. Perhaps you didn't even know that there was such a company, aerospace company in Wrocław. My colleague will tell you about our engineers and their work. Hello, my name is Dominik Bieliczko. I represent our engineering center. So, yes, I can answer the question about the pilot. We still need pilots. It's impossible to fly a plane without pilots, but actually where we're going and how we want to use AI is exactly to be able to replace the pilot in some of his or her tasks and to make flying and aircraft management more automatic. We work in several areas. In civil aviation, the first stage that we want to cover is logistics, especially transportation of goods, not passenger traffic. Most of you know what the drones are about. We want to use drones in transport industry, in logistics. We want the drones to be able to move independently and analyze information and actually provide goods to customers, which leads us to another stage, passenger planes. And this presents a huge challenge because transporting goods is actually very different from transporting passengers. For us, it's very important that the process and systems are as advanced as possible, as well developed as possible, so that they can be used in passenger transport. Another area that I would like to mention today is the military and rescue area. We don't want to focus on the defense industry and military technologies, but also on the rescue side of the technologies. In several presentations, people mentioned that drones, vision-based systems, can be used to track people and rescue them in case of accidents or natural disasters. A huge scope of information that can be collected through our systems. We want to actually be able to analyze it and process it to give us solutions for complex situations. That's why we are using AI, and we want our AI to also be able to develop independently. Well, perhaps not independently, but to reach a stage where it can take independent decisions. For the time being, it's still just the information that is collected, and the final decision lies with the human being. But we are an authorized company and cannot present to you our solutions, exact solutions, because they are not to be viewed by the general public. But Pole district is not so far away, so you can actually visit us. You can see our webpage and information there, career .com. You can also come and visit us. Yes, we also have many and provide many opportunities to talk to us, to see us. We organize fairs, so you'll be very welcome. Thank you.
Wow, we've flown away. I'm very happy to see that our speakers smile more and more broadly. The atmosphere is very good at the fair, at the studio, at the conference. So it's brilliant, but because everyone has something to boast about. Oh, what about the Balów company? Do they have something to boast? About one of the leading provider of high-quality sensors identification system, network solutions for all area of production or manufacturing automation. But do they know the answer to this question? Describe a situation in which AI would save your day. That's a question which is still relevant until tomorrow. You can write your answer on the fan page under the streaming. I know that there are some people still on their mobile phones or on their computers, so please provide your answers to the following. Describe a situation in which AI would save your day. If you win, you will win an Apple Watch. So it's a wonderful prize for an answer to a banal question. So there is an opportunity for you to win the prize. When it comes to our ladies speaking, they will be able to say how AI solves solutions and solves problems for a business person. Natalia Gajda and Magdalena Jurek. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very seriously, very technically, thank you very much for this very professional introduction. We'll try with Natalia to tell you something more in a more friendly way about things which from our end, hopefully your point of view, will be interesting. Balów. Almost 20 years, over 20 years present in Poland, but a history of 100 years of a company which is a tech company following the latest trends. It's a nice, interesting combination, I think. Where do we operate? We operate everywhere. What does it mean everywhere? You might think nowhere. No. Packaging you use, or you eat, or cosmetics you use, or cars you drive. Wherever you can find us everywhere. Every industry is where we are present, and so is education. Balów is something we may associate with sensors, but we are changing. We are changing, going towards hardware and software, a combination of the two, which gives us an advantage and gives us an opportunity to meet our customers' expectations. So, talking about ICT, this is the third year in which we have been doing a government project, a consortium of 5 entities, Balów, Digital Innovation Hub Level 4.0. The leader in this project is the Wrocław University of Technology and Science. We can talk a lot about this, but what is important for people in Wrocław and Poland, employees and employers, this project has been set up to increase the competitiveness and attractiveness of Polish companies. What Balów has done in this project is something you can see in 3 dimensions. Before the pandemic, we thought that all demonstrations would be possible on site at our place. As you go towards the airport, on the right you will find our premises, where we have a very nice demonstration line, a production line, where all the technologies, all the hardware we offer, combined with software, can be seen. And then came the pandemic, showing us that we should be present, available online, and we are. As part of this Level 4.0, this project mentioned by Magda, we run training, demonstration workshops, consulting and implementation activities. On your screens, we see your models of a smart factory. It's available online. If you go to our website or scan the code, you can see how Industry 4.0 looks. On our premises, you can see this demonstration line with any technology, industrial automation technology available for you to see. What else do we offer? As we said, hardware plus software, machine design, visualization of data in real time. All this is available. We can talk about this if you want to come to us, and you will be very welcome, and we'll give you wonderful coffee and will provide a very nice, warm atmosphere. Visualization data are available on our website as well, but also at our smart factory, because this is the key, something of what our customers and you, our listeners, what you pay attention to. Time is quickly running out, but I would like to say about something about our demo van. You can see this vehicle in any city in Poland. Quite big one, but very clever. We transport technologies we offer to conferences and events. So an online smart factory line at Balów in Graniczna Street, and all these elements can come to you thanks to Bob or Balów on Wheels. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dziękujemy bardzo, Natalia i Magdalena z firmy.
Thank you very much, Natalia and Magdalena from Balów. And now something pretty amazing. Not many people in Poland know that Poles, but I don't mean the government officially, but actually we have Polish satellites in space. Some of them are university-based technologies, so it's kind of private initiatives, not the governmental initiatives. And we do have Polish satellites in space, and perhaps in the future there will be telescopes sent from Wrocław to these satellites, and these satellites will be used then with these telescopes to observe the Earth. Because we can actually make telescopes here in Wrocław, they are going to take these intelligent pictures. So we will be talking about AI used in Earth observation. When we look at the Earth from above, this is pretty disturbing. What are you doing? Yeah, well, don't worry, it's all about control. People want to control our water meters, our face images. They want to control us from above. So made in Wrocław, but actually it kind of feels like made in China. Yes, indeed. I feel that many pictures of me have been taken. That's our reality now. I wonder whether there, on the orbit, there's more space and headspace. Well, we have an expert from Scanway joining us to tell you about this idea. Welcome. My name is Mikołaj Podgórski. Thank you for this information. Yes, we are making telescopes, space telescopes here in Wrocław. We make them for the Polish government as well, for the Polish military to be exact. We provide telescopes. They are sized in different, they have different sizes, from the shoebox to the handbag. But these small tools are actually necessary for us to use AI. But let's ask ourselves first, why do we need AI in space? First of all, we need to analyze satellite pictures because we need information about the changes that occur in our planet. And we need more and more such images. We need to overcome problems that come from limited access to images and to analyzing this. AI seems to be a perfect solution. On the other hand, we can also use AI to improve our satellites in terms of predictive maintenance. Let's imagine a situation when we send very expensive equipment to the orbit and then it suddenly stops working. That's actually a major issue. We'll have many thousands of satellites being sent into the sky, and they will take images of Earth, but actually many of them will actually stop working at some time. If a satellite costs $100 million, this doesn't sound so convincing to the decision makers. Our solution is to have better and better satellites, but this actually increases their cost. We can also use AI to read data from all the sensors in the satellite, and using predictive maintenance, we can predict that this satellite is going to run down on power or something is going to malfunction very soon. So this is a solution that is being developed. Elon Musk is going to send lots and lots of satellites into the space, but there is no information about how they're going to monitor them. So they'll become space trash at some point, and we cannot afford that. Our orbit is not limitless. We are one of the few companies in Poland. We use solutions developed in the West, and the equipment and software that allows AI to process data. Kappa Labs is one of the companies that develops this kind of hardware, but the Center for Space Research, sponsored by the state, is also one of the companies that we work with. We focus on telescopes, but we don't have to focus on electronics that is needed for data analysis. We want to focus on our area of expertise. We can send pictures to the specific equipment and then the image is processed. So let's not talk about predictive maintenance anymore. Let's talk about the amount of picture data and image data. As you know, Google Maps are not updated very frequently. You can see that by observing how many vehicles are there in front of your building. Here you can see the image from our office with the same resolution on the left and on the right, but scaled up or down. So 1 meter is 1 pixel, 1 square meter, I mean. And using in several pixels, you can actually trace a truck or a vehicle on the road. One image weighs 11 megabytes. So if we just consider one satellite and not several thousand satellites that we're going to space very soon, if just one satellite takes pictures, there will be lots and lots of such images, over 3,500 gigabytes, and the humanity cannot process that kind of data. We cannot even receive that kind of data. So we need to filter what's most important, to process this data on the orbit and then send the results to the Earth. And that's actually the direction where we are taking. So if you want to know more, look for telescopes made in Wrocław.
So that's how it works. Now I know that AI does the hard work for us. We've been talking about artificial intelligence, that it's important, that it's increasingly present. And I've been wondering where in this artificial intelligence we can find room for human intelligence. In the 1960s and the 1970s, the so-called people of the intelligentsia, intellectuals, were people with university education. And today, basically everyone has a university education with an MA degree at least, but we don't know whether they are part of the intelligentsia or whether it is artificial intelligence. But this is joking, of course. Let's talk now to Tomasz Janusz from the Wrocław Academic Center. Tomasz Janusz from the Wrocław Academic Center. Hello, Tomasz. Are we correct in thinking about intelligence, that everyone is part of human intelligence? We can measure artificial intelligence. We can, but we don't know entirely what artificial intelligence does, especially when self-learning machines do when they learn. We know what data we provide to the machine, but the mechanism of self-learning mechanism is not entirely transparent. And we know a little bit. I won't tell you anything more about these mysterious mechanisms because I'm just an ordinary official. I don't work with artificial intelligence technologically speaking. What we do, we deal with artificial intelligence in a social sense, as devised by the mayor of Wrocław. We want to answer the question because, well, we have AI everywhere around us in our phones, television sets, cars, which will drive themselves in a few years. So the city of Wrocław and its residents have to get used to it. So you're asking yourselves, are we intelligent enough to accept artificial intelligence? Well, we know that we have more, that our intelligence is more than average. We see that at this conference in academia. So if Wrocław wants to be a smart city, what is this vision like? We are still looking for it as part of our series of seminars we run with various companies. So we, as the academic community and the business community, two reports in Polish and English, not entirely. One is Artificial Intelligence for Good Life, what the city of Wrocław does, and the other one is more economic in nature, showing the various sectors of the local economy, how active they are, how very active they are. So it's worth looking at it. Let me have a look. Let me tell you this in the following way. When it comes to AI and how the city wants to use it for good life, as we hear from the series of our conferences and in this report, there are several levels. New technologies, use of these technologies in a smart city, that the city will be easier to live in. So this is quite obvious to everyone. But whether we as people living in Wrocław or people in general will be prepared for this, for using artificial intelligence in a conscious way, to know whether we think that we thought about something 20 minutes ago, but we didn't enter into Google anything, but I see an advert for a bike I was looking for. It is artificial intelligence processing of a huge amount of data, and on this basis, well-trained algorithms can combine our activities online with the activities of other people. People are a bit afraid of that. Is there anything to be afraid of? Yes, no. We've started to deal with artificial intelligence very seriously in Wrocław in order to be able to say what we should be afraid of. Or are there any such areas? The more aware we are, we don't have to be engineers and know how machine learning works and how algorithms work, but a general knowledge of how all this works and why we can have such effects, that there is an image we have in mind, but we haven't entered it into the browser. The more we know, the better we will be able to defend ourselves against unfair competition, because we will know where this or that
Well,
comes
I have a very bad role now. I will not say I don't like it, but, well, I'm here now to push you to come back to the room. I know that I'm a bad person, forcing you to come back to the room just after the lunch, because usually after lunch you should have some time to go for a walk or maybe even have a nap. But now we would like to share some knowledge with you, and once we've finished in an hour time, then there'll be Wrocław, sun, and you'll be able to have a walk. So we'll be starting soon, and it will be great to see you back in the main room. I'll be happy, and the moderator of the next debate about medicine will be happy, and the viewers will not say no. So please feel summoned.
mam zielonego pojęcia, jak oni
I
używają
have
tych urządzeń.
no
Bo nie
idea
wiem
how
nic
they
o
use
laparoskopii, zwłaszcza kiedy
these
patrzę
tools,
wrocławską
because I have no
fontannę
idea
multimedialną, na
about
piękną pogodę,
laparoscopy,
na
especially when I see
pergolę,
the
a
great
tutaj po lewej
weather
stronie,
and the
pod tymi kolumnami,
fountain.
gdzie jest nasze
But on
studio,
the left,
przywieźli ze sobą, słuchajcie,
here in the studio, we actually have laparoscopy equipment. Well, it looks like a big robot with a joystick. Perhaps you can see it. And there is something going on there, some miracles. I admit that I did have an operation using this technology, but I couldn't see anything. They're going to tell us about the virtual reality and its synergy with the reality. You can see the hands working on that equipment, on that machine. Laparo is the name of the company because we are dealing with laparoscopy. Mr. Radosław Nowosielski is going to tell us about the whole idea and its originality. It's also made in Wrocław, so stay tuned. Thank you for this interesting introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Radosław Nowosielski. I'm very happy that I'll be I'll have the opportunity to tell you about the medical simulators. Laparo is a company that was set up in Wrocław in 2015-2016. We started as a small startup company. Right now, we have our products on over 100 markets around the world, so I think you can call us a global player now. A few words about medical simulation. Perhaps this is a novelty or a bit mysterious thing. Medical simulation helps surgeons and other medical staff to train in a safe way, in controlled conditions, where there is less stress and where people can develop their skills in this controlled environment. There have been simulation centers created in Poland where students and people with their medical diploma can develop their skills. Before the simulation became possible, doctors trained on patients. We know that sometimes it's not a good idea. Fortunately, new technology allowed us to make these practices, training practices, much safer. In Laparo, we focus on helping surgeons performing non-invasive or laparoscopy technology, which allows doctors to have access to the internal organs using small incisions and technology which makes the healing process much safer and much quicker for the patients. As Laparo, we have a variety of products. We have been conducting our R&D activities in collaboration with doctors and surgeons. And due to that collaboration, we had a very precise feedback, which allowed us to develop a series of machines tailor-made for the doctors. The first product was the Laparo Aspire, which we developed back in 2016. It allowed for the on-site training for surgeons, which made them independent from the big centers. They could actually use this machine at home, and the cost of such machine is about the middle shelf smartphone, so it really extended training opportunities for many people. We are talking about the P2C market, which is a big part of our activities. We are keen to have the medical simulators as widely available as possible, but we are also focusing on professional medical simulators dedicated to specialists, and for them we created Laparo Analytic, one of our products, which can automatically analyze the laparoscopic operation and training and flag possible mistakes, which makes the learning curve for the laparoscopy surgeon much steeper, and the learning process is much faster. Due to the mistake analysis, we have advanced our solutions by incorporating virtual reality. By listening to our customers, we decided at some point to create the first simulator combining VR and real-life training sessions using real organs, by which I mean the training materials. The organs are being artificially made, and this allows us to offer a hybrid training sessions. The operation field very closely maps and matches the real operation field, but at each moment the surgeon can actually press the reset button and start all over. Technological progress we achieved allowed us to enter into a completely different segment of the medtech market. This is the solution that we've introduced on the market this year. Thank you very much for your attention. Laparo and Mr. Radosław Nowosielski, the medtech sector has been developing astonishingly, an astonishing rate. The COVID pandemics also showed us that innovations in this sector are absolutely vital. And martial speakers are also vital. This is the prize in our competition. The latest question for you to answer, and let me reinstate or repeat that you can answer at whatever channel you watch us. We can find all your comments. The martial speaker, martial action 2, to be exact. And to get it, all you need to do is to answer the question, what kind of medtech solution you miss most or you would need most. And two other questions are still live and valid. You have time until tomorrow to give answers. On Sunday we will publish yet another competition related to Made in Wrocław. There will be bikes to be won. Yes, it's pretty cool on Sunday. Stay tuned and follow our fan page, Wrocław, on Facebook. Probably most of you are watching us there or are sharing the broadcast. Following our event here in Wrocław, featuring tens of companies being active here in Wrocław, or companies who are preparing to launch their projects on the market. That's our role, Made in Wrocław, to each year meet and spend a few hours together to inspire each other, to share ideas. There's been a lot of creative ideas going around. Just imagine what it looks like on the corridors when during the breaks, when we are broadcasting for you. People drinking tea, coffee, eating delicious cakes. They can actually meet person to person, face to face, and have this melting pot in Wrocław. And that's what Made in Wrocław is all about. People who couldn't join us could register online and follow us online. Perhaps next year you'll be able to join us. We will soon go back to the main stage for the last panel. Please stay tuned. We'll continue talking about medtech with our panelists. And it's been Karolina Misztal and Paweł Poremski broadcasting for you since morning. Jarek Kuźniar is facilitating the panels on the main stage, so we're going to join him very soon. Stay tuned.
Made in Wrocław. Witamy serdecznie.
Made in Wrocław, welcome back to those who have joined us, and welcome for those who are joining us now. We would like to welcome the viewers who switch between the studio and the main room where we share the knowledge, and we would like to encourage those who have it easier to share what's happening here. Maybe it's going to be a nice moment to learn something about the technology that the person has not known before. As you're using your tablets and smartphones or any other device that you're using today to watch this live stream, I hope this is the moment where you can share some knowledge with us, or maybe ask some or answer some questions. We have planned some rewards for that. What products or services of MedTech are you missing now? Have you ever had any contact with this medical sector, but in technological aspect? Some nice technological pieces of device can be one. You don't need too much time for that. We would like to ask you what kinds of services of MedTech would you need? What are you missing today as you look around? What's important in the context of our meeting, in the last debate, in the last panel, with the Agency of the Development of the Agglomeration of Wrocław in AI in 2021 in Wrocław, it turned out that many companies say that where they would like to develop their competencies, where they feel that AI may come in handy, is the medical sector. 39% of the companies said is that this is the medtech sector where technology can be used. So let's listen where it can be used now. What's the scientific research behind that? What different companies that do medtech do? It's not about treating certain things, but I do believe that we can use knowledge and data to prevent. Our guest in the debate, and I would kindly ask you for your applause. Miłosz Życiński, Tomasz Kowalczyk, CEO Neurosys, Piotr Krajewski, CEO Cancer Center and Ster Media AI, Agnieszka Siennicka, Medical University of Wrocław, Szymon Zyśko, VP and R&D, S3 Connected Health. And the moderator will be Przemysław Ozga, Editor-in-Chief and Production Manager. Thank you very much for this introduction. When I received the invitation to run the debate from this sector, whereas I deal with production, I said I will participate because of the context we're speaking of. It's not an easy area because it's technology, it's AI, all the digital transformation that is happening in front of our eyes in many sectors, and it affects many sectors. However, this is also a sector that touches the ethics of data and then sociological things. Very often we'll speak about trust, that we lack that in Poland, but in my case, in my opinion, it will be crucial in healthcare so that the patient finally receive individualized diagnostics, prevention and treatment, whereas prevention is less costly than long-time chronic illnesses. We spoke with Szymon, like of the first barriers 50% of the patients that go to doctors is some thesis or supposition about what's their problem. And then a doctor has a difficult situation explaining what's really happening now, and they get very emotional. So that's an introduction, but I would like to start with the debate about individualized treatment and diagnosis. I recently finished reading Guy Foley, who wrote about AI. He was part of Google, and he said that AI is going to be developing very fast in healthcare. And my question is related with the fact that in what time frame we can be expecting this kind of diagnosis, and can we focus on the patient's perspective and then the healthcare system perspective. Agnieszka? For 2 years, I have been running a project financed by the European Commission that is to teach data science to medical people. What we see out of this project is that the medical sector has to learn still a lot to benefit from the innovations, and that the medical data that for IT is very attractive, and hence those predictions that it's going to grow, of course, because the data is very complex. It can be interpreted in many different ways, and you have to combine different things, but they are not ready. Very often they are not ready to treat them with algorithms, and a lot of time and effort is needed to make it ready, except for some individual corporations or cases. In general, that's a big task. That's a big challenge to prepare it technically from the fundament. Szymon, on the one hand, it requires a lot of data to be properly analyzed, as Agnieszka said. Maybe the data is not sufficient to be processing the data and using it for the patient. As you said at the beginning, personalized medicine is perceived as a holy grail of the healthcare system. This is something that, apart from the coordinated healthcare, the medtech industry promised, and we also promised that to our patients. We all want to treat the patient and not a condition. But to make it possible, we have to use the AI, new technologies in general. But those solutions can offer personalized medicine at a global scale. Otherwise, this is only individual cases. Of course, we need the right data sources, and when gathering data, we have to focus not only on the quality of data, we have to ensure the correctness of data, but we also have to provide diversity of data. In Poland, we don't have big difference in ethnicities, so in Poland we would be able to gather quite homogeneous data. But in terms of processing the data, it has to be done in a way that is, first of all, safe for the patient and then ethical, so that the patient knows what they are accepting. The patients will be happy to share the knowledge, the data, but to make it happen, we need a transaction between the patient and the provider of the system or the provider of the medical service. If we address the emotional need of the patients through technology as well, by providing personalized interaction, when we address the need, so that the patient feels that they are in charge of their disease and that he or she feels taken care of, well informed, the patients will be very happy to share their details. Miłosz, I downloaded your app, and I agree. I believe I have to give my consent to the regulations, and with a behavior-related approach, the people will be eager to share the data. This morning, I found that 60% of people say that information about their health condition is a very private thing. Can you share more about that? Yes, that's a very difficult topic because people feel it's private. However, many of those details are already processed by companies. In the context of the first question, who said that it's going to be changing, and it all depends what tools we will be using on a daily basis. We don't even know, but on a daily basis we use many tools. I have a watch, I have a phone, and I'm providing a lot of data to, for instance, Apple. Android users, on the other hand, Google knows a lot about them. And for the time being, the tools that are issued by those companies are certified medical devices. Apple Watch in the US is certified as a medical device to check cardiological conditions in people, myocardia, and next year it will be measuring temperature in real time, and it's going to be part of Apple Health app that every Apple user has in their phone. So many details, medical records, those companies, they do have them. So when have we made the decision to give those data to the companies? It was so automatic as when we go on a website and there is accepting cookies, you accept all the cookies. So I think to some extent this decision was already made by us. How was it morally relevant and what you think about that? It's your private thing, of course. But we have crossed a border. We crossed the line. What can we do now? Medical data that we will provide, you try to be cautious about that. But when you buy things, you give so much information about you. We have to think how much good we can get back when we provide the medical records about us. There are companies that create algorithms of AI like Intermedica. These details are used for healthcare. The trust is very important at every stage of this process. But this is happening, and I think that now it's about to create something really reasonable that is going to be improving the efficiency of the healthcare system to make us safer and healthier. Tomek, can we speak about the mass individualization in some kind of timeline? Because there are those new generations that are very used, as Miłosz said, to providing data at the cost of easier life. But there is a group of older people who treat visits at the doctors as something very personal. Sometimes it's meeting a doctor, which is one of the very few meetings they have in a month. So these people like to share private details with the doctor. So when will we be using as mass society in an individualized way? I think yes, we can. That all depends how we understand individualized medicine, because we can understand it both ways. So we should think how medicine works now. Now, it mainly treats, and to some small extent it prevents. The doctor reacts to a patient where they have a problem. So in medicine, for instance, like it works in the majority of Europe, we can introduce algorithms that will allow the doctor to make more precise diagnosis based on the behaviors of the users. We can gather some data that we have access to now. Information like DNA of the patient. There are treatments that are chosen based on gene characteristics of a given patient, and we enter the individualized medicine area. But I think that a long-term plan would be individualized medicine, but in the context of preventing and not treating. So having the right number of data, or like using algorithms based on AI, I think we can get there, but not soon. That medicine works in a different way. Instead of telling us what pills I can take as Tomasz Kowalczyk, it can tell me when I should go and test myself because I'm in a risk group of having some kind of disease. And I should preventively go and check myself. Just in case it happens, I can start the therapy earlier. And I think that could be done with the current technologies, and the results would be positive. So I think that would be the holy grail to which we would like to get. But for that, we need a big number of data, and as Miłosz said before, there are many ethical issues there. I do hope that the combination of the AI and the blockchain will allow us to address the problem, giving the patient a lot of control so that the data is decentralized and supplied to the right outpatient clinics. The fact that we are only doing something to address problems as they appear is that we don't gather enough information. We gather very little information. And the information is not true because the databases contain information not about real condition of the patient, like when nothing happens. It only gathers information about the diseases of the patient. So we gather the information through companies like Apple, like Miłosz said, so temperature, the feeling, data about how we sleep. Even our phones can gather that information. That information is very scarce and fragmented, and once we know more comprehensive data about the patient, we can come to individualized therapies that would be preventive to diseases and not treating certain diseases. And Piotr, diagnostics in the context of your activity is very important, and that's the cancer center. Can you tell us more in terms of that individual treatment of people who supposedly would need the treatment? My grandfather died of cancer. I'm nearly 40. I'm doing nothing with that. What data would you need to try in me if there's anything threatening me? Hello. The project we're doing now is the diagnostics of cancer, because that problem affected my family. The son of my brother had a brain tumor 6 years ago, and that was a motivation to do something about that. When I saw all the process of diagnosing histopathology, that we waited 2 weeks for the result, we were afraid that the tumor would be malignant. And then histopathology came, and I saw that those doctors, they used only images. So they would look at the image and then assess whether it's malignant or not. For 12 years, I've been running a service company as well, and having experience with that and diagnostic imaging, I decided, let's do something about that. And 5 years ago, we started the project, and 3 years ago, we started a company for that. And honestly speaking, those 5 years that took me to start working on the project, we started between the projects we had, and 3 years ago, more in a more intense way. I looked at the project from the perspective of the patient. So as a target point, I wanted to give tools to the doctors. So if there's any case or if there's any supposition, so that they could meet online and check through algorithms of AI or machine learning whether the person is in the risk group or not. The doctors are very focused on particular organs, and the person cannot deal with all kinds of cancers. There's one doctor that specializes in the cancer of prostate, the other in cancer of breasts and brain. If it's not the right one diagnosing the right tumor, then they have to consult a different doctor. In case of my brother's son, my nephew, I saw that the doctor made a mistake. One center said it's malignant, the other one said it was not. And that case showed me, okay, let's give this tool to the doctors first. Before they make the final decision, I'll check in the algorithm that analyzes the image, and the machine has learned with millions of similar images whether this diagnosis that I'm going to put in the documents of the patient, is it true or not. So that was my goal. But we saw that the doctors were not ready for that because they were not digitalized. They work with microscopes. They look through the little glass and then they decide. So these are those small nuisances. And that's the dilemma we have, because we would like to provide the tools that will shorten the time of diagnosis, but we don't have tools to do it. And honestly speaking, the pandemic, or the last 1 year and a half, it's been a breakthrough. Everybody was forced, including doctors, to start working online. And the last year was the year where everybody was investing in those topics, Google as well. And finally, what we have not managed in years, recently we made doctors digital. So we forced them to work with IT tools. And now it's the moment, and now we see the potential for those tools. And the topic that we have now is a very important one, because now the mass digitalization of the healthcare system started. And we all started to perceive this area as important for us. The young people have no problem sharing the data, the older ones, yes.
So let me give me just one case. We focused on cancers. So if someone has a diagnosis of a malignant tumor, they have no problems with sharing data. They will give it to anyone just to know in order if they have a chance to survive the disease. But let's think about it in a different aspect. What if the medical data related to my grandfather or my family. We know that we had a cancer case. What if an insurance company finds out? I may have a problem with getting an insurance, just like my friend next to me. So we need to take that into account. I absolutely agree. We are not able to stop it. It is going to move on. And the young generation shows they have no problems sharing their data. So I think it's a question of one generation, but all this needs to be taken into account anyway. So on the one hand, we say that we are short of data. On the other hand, when we listen to discussions during the lunch, I've heard that while diagnosing one patient, we collected 5 gigabytes of data over one day. So a huge amount of data to be analyzed. Szymon? Yes, depending on the situation and the disease that is diagnosed, the amount of data can be either huge or very small. In the case that we mentioned, it was a continuous EEG monitoring and discovering potential seizures. So this amount of data was huge. But a lot depends on cases under consideration. In another case, it was an implant which measured the diameter of a hole next to the heart. These were 7 parameters per day. Of course, to be able to draw conclusions, create and feed algorithms, we need to have patients from several patients collected over an extended period of time for us to have the right potential, data potential, to have right algorithms. What is important, the data need to be collected not only when this algorithm is being created, but also when the product is launched, marketed. It still needs to be verified, collected to make sure that the algorithm is efficient. And regulations are not very precise here, but there is an increasing pressure on lawmakers to manage the product properly, verify the models, modify models all the time, and eliminate all undesired phenomena. So especially for smart algorithms, the pressure is growing. So the legislation that you mentioned. The GDPR Act says that we can keep some data only in a certain context. They can be used only within certain contexts in which they are used. So on the one hand, legislation treats medtech industry very tightly, even though if it's ready to apply it, from my perspective, not necessarily. We have 2 powers here. What the lawmakers need to secure is the safety for society and efficiency of therapies. So this is the baseline for our actions. But there is an increasingly big pressure from both industry and the patients themselves as for using this kind of technology. So lawmakers have to adapt and start creating some frameworks according to which we need to proceed. So FDA has created it. The European Union has created one of its own as well. So we are going to have a similar situation as IUI framework. So we'll have roadmaps, then guidelines, then some standards are going to come up. As for today, we need to follow some general obligations while creating softwares as a medical device. We need to fit our solutions in these regulations if you want to have this certified as a certified medical product. I wanted to ask how prepared doctors are in terms of their qualifications. Piotr, you mentioned that all has accelerated because of pandemics, but How do you evaluate the healthcare system itself in Poland in terms of its readiness to implement artificial intelligence and analyze data? In many companies, even global ones such as Google, there are special positions to analyze data. In logistics, other branches, what's the case in medicine? MedTech is going to combine the two options. So our own example, analyzing cancer cases, some physicians are very open for these technologies. And the number is growing year by year because they notice that there are big companies entering also, visible during conferences and presenting their software. So this education is already going on, and doctors want to join. But as for the system, in some areas, at least image analysis, there is a certain dissonance. On the one hand, they would like to. On the other, they don't even have access to data, such as the histopathologists that I mentioned. They would like to have a look at radiological data while analyzing histopathology, but they can't do that because it's in a different system. So the systems are not integrated, and there is no information flowing. Especially in Poland, in the public area, there is a big mess as for the IT systems. And the systems are pretty outdated. Once hospitals were given a system, everyone complains on it, but it's there and they have to use it. So there is this dissonance that it's really hard to discuss with it until you won't be able to change the whole system. That's the largest problem we can see. And the lack of digitalization stems from the situation that histopathology was financially put into a different portfolio, so to say. They were poorly paid, and this was not properly funded. And this is why there are very few histopathologists, because these doctors were poorly paid, and we didn't have scanners for histopathological research or tests, because there was no money for that. So it's much easier to collaborate with private health centers in this respect, because they are well relevant and digitalized to run different analyses. So that's another problem that we have. Although the last year was a proof of a big change, money was found for digitalization as well. So within a few years, it can change significantly. I'm sorry to, but you called the lack of integration a technical nuance. It's not a nuance, it's a blocker. We need to realize that data are entirely processed in silos. Try to get to the data that Google has or Apple. Wouldn't it be beautiful to be able to use it to analyze the patterns, behavior patterns in clients? Excellent idea, but we can't do that. Each supplier, provider of healthcare has data in their closed silos. And it's very difficult to get the data from those silos. Even if we make regional data centers, in theory, it should be easy to transfer data between among European countries. That's a pure theory, because more and more countries force by law to store data within a given country. So this is a big obstacle to integrate big amounts of data. I have to comment on that, because it's a smaller problem to integrate two systems with each other rather than to integrate a system with a piece of paper. Loads of data still have a form of written notes on the paper. So if we need to analyze something, the big problem that we still need to make a step back We need to pull some data from an EMR, for example, but there needs to be a doctor who will label 1,000 studies. They have no time. No one else wants to do that. Labeling is somewhere there made on paper. And while talking about privacy of data, when we work with people from IT, it's easy to make it anonymous. But for medicine, especially to anticipate what happens in the future, to make some forecast, it's priceless for us that this data and that data are data belonging to the same patient, even from 15 years ago. And the last thing we need is to lose this data, this knowledge. So while dealing with a patient, we have to know that the data we have belong to the same patient. It's not about the same system. These are two or even more different sources of knowledge. Agnieszka, how about the competences themselves? You are the forgery. You educate physicians. As I mentioned, we were able to get the funding, and we can invite experts from data science to shape knowledge on the topic among physicians. And the largest challenge we have is time. They are extremely busy. They have so much work, several places in which they work. And it's very easy for this specialist who is so busy to dedicate some more time and learn something totally new. Another thing, when doctors are educated during studies, they don't like a thesis. They don't like a bachelor's or master's thesis, so that's natural. For me, thinking in reality, in terms of Excel sheets, that's normal for me. I see data in reality surrounding me, but this is not that common for doctors. Doctors look individually at each patient. And that's the clue of this profession. They are the patients they treat, so it's difficult to switch it to this database way of thinking and transforming it into big data. So I often encounter that. So when I try to persuade people, listen, we have a grant, lots of knowledge. Several of our trainings are online, so they can be recorded and replayed. So very often doctors say, but we don't have much data, just from several dozens of patients. And I need to show them, but look, this device, one patient, this is big data already, because it tests a patient every several minutes. So this is difficult to persuade because these people are really very busy, and it's difficult to persuade them to dedicate their time and focus. So this is certainly not going to make this inevitable revolution easier. Can you see the clear boundaries, clear difference between private hospitals and public healthcare in terms of AI? I can see a larger openness and operational possibility when we have a private radiology center. This is just about agreeing on a contract and anonymizing, making the data anonymous. For public hospitals, I've tried to cooperate with our big local oncological center. Even if the director himself or herself signs the agreement, it is the IT guy who is an obstacle. He says that if we don't do this and that, he can't help us. And the conditions are so extreme that, well, it's as if made on purpose to close our cooperation. So there is this dissonance that even if the management agrees, on the way, along the whole process, there can be someone who doesn't have time for us or who will simply block the cooperation. So this is only possible in public healthcare. This is what we experience. or someone just says, I have no time for you, sorry. As for private centers, we show them why we do that. It will be a benefit for you. You'll save your time. Less diagnostic. Quicker diagnosis. But this is not properly conveyed either as well in the public health care. Miłosz. We've never had this pleasure to work with public hospitals or public organizations. Everything that Piotr says works the same way in us. Sometimes it's just one IT guy who is an obstacles, who very often literally sits in a basement in a hospital, like in a series. We would love to cooperate with public healthcare. This is why we think that our mission and responsibility as Polish technological company is doing something that will help our healthcare system, not only the private healthcare system. But the blockers are either the IT or budget, because this is all costly and the budget is very often missing. Often these are directors or other decision makers. So I can't blame them that they can't take this decision, because they live month by month. Each invoice to be paid is a big problem. So they can't afford to think in a long term, because they need to tackle everyday problems. So that's a part of a big problem relating to the Polish healthcare. Pandemics did push things forward. So we've never cooperated with public healthcare system in terms of hospitals, but during the pandemics we started cooperating with the Ministry of Health, not only in Poland but also in Ukraine. We delivered them, we supplied them with a tool to pre-assess the risk related to COVID-19, to segregate patients to groups of those who should get a test sooner. So it works both in Poland and in the Ukraine. So the first boundary was broken already, but at the end of the day, it's very often about money that caused the problem. So what's the data where our data resides? Because I think Szymon mentioned that there is this legislative order to have the data residing within a given state. So my question was to make sure that whether we are going to have our data distributed all over the world or not, because on the one hand, I've seen the data that 59% of American hospitals had problems to access patient data. So that caused lots of problem and lots of stress. So now we have the edge data storing, building an infrastructure locally that would be more reliable. So don't you think that cloud will make integration more feasible, Tomek? Cloud can absolutely be a solution here. However, getting a situation where each medical unit, every doctor, all clinics will keep their data in the cloud. So we have the central evidence of patient data in Poland, so in theory that already exists. It still stirred a lot of resistance in medical milieu. But looking from the point of view of a patient, IoT, our data sent on ongoing basis, yes, we do that in some extent. But as I mentioned previously, we send this data, but to different clouds, to Apple's cloud or Google's cloud, or to Xiaomi cloud and several smaller suppliers' clouds. So the question is how much we can control this data. Apple won't hurt us if we know, if they know what our pulse is in a given day, but the question is if they can profile us better than the customer of their services or use it in a different way. It would be great if we could get the data from the silos of those providers to one central system, which is not supposed to commercialize the data, but use them for the benefit of the patient rather than the company that owns the silos. That would be good. But I think that this is possible and feasible, but that requires a lot of legislative effort to have the situation happen.
This is the fastest way to obtain the data. Any other way would require very big effort at the IT level. So building the system, integrating the systems, financing the implementation of the systems to different institutions so that the data flows in a different way than through the phones and watches. And there are years or maybe decades. So I think that in terms of legislation that would be possible. But I'm not sure because legally I'm not authorized to say it, but I keep my fingers crossed for that it works as efficient as possible. Tomorrow I'm running a debate in safety in cyberspace, but I would like to ask you about how you perceive sending data to cloud in terms of safety. Should we agree on that as patients or not? To build algorithms, we don't need personal data. What we need to gather to profile differently is minimum the age, sex, and anonymized picture. To simplify the process and to profile the treatment, we don't need to facilitate the strict personal details. That's one important thing. And the best thing is to leave it to the patient. If they want to share it, they can share it. But if they don't share it, they will have like a worse or less precise diagnosis. It's going to be their choice. And in my opinion, that would be the best choice, to leave it in the hands of the patients and up to them. If they agree to something, yes, okay. If not, then not. So that would be a way to integrate between clouds and stuff. Or like in case of a Chinese partner. In the end, it should be solved in a way that there's some personal data that goes somewhere if I want it. That's from the perspective of the patient. And then I know that I can have the best possible diagnosis, prevention. That should be possible. I see that in Europe there's big pressure on RODO, which is the confidentiality of personal details, but we have worked with different countries where you look at the scale effect. It doesn't matter if somebody has the personal details or not. There are some places where there's scarcity of doctors, and they asked us, can we improve by at least 10% the efficiency of the oncological diagnosis? So if from 50 to 60% we increase the accuracy of the diagnose, then for them it's a success. So it's up to the mentality of people from certain countries. We started working with a center in Switzerland, and they put a big pressure on sending the data to Switzerland, but there's no problem that there's Microsoft Switzerland. They want the location of the data center to be in Switzerland, and that's enough. So they are more open to provide it to the provider of the cloud, but in a given country. I think that's going to continue now in the pandemic even more. It doesn't matter if I'm in Switzerland, Australia, or any other part of the globe. The location does not matter. It's just a matter of time that the data will have to be or not have to be in the given country. I would like to add a different context here, because most often when we think if we want the medical data to be in the cloud or not, we think whether it's safe, if it leaks out. I would put a very thick line between the data that is substantially reliable from the medical perspective, like from a device like MRI or a hospital, and this data is elaborate, processed by a specialist, or some kind of watch or anything that can be put on a patient, or some data is introduced to the system, some data we declare it, or for instance the husband and the wife, they change the watches or the bands and the husband lost half of the weight. And so it might sound funny, but in my scientific investigation, I was analyzing the failure in patients to fulfill the recommendations of the doctors. When you want to put the pulsometer on a fingernail that is painted with nail polish, then the results of such kind of device will be very different than when you check the pulse in a different way. So who is going to take responsibility for reliability of the data? To some extent, from my perspective, as a potential user of the data for the needs of the algorithms for medical use, this data, the verified data, is somehow centralized. The simplest case to gather information about prescriptions that allows to pass this information on in a digital way to a patient. So once the meeting with the doctor finishes, this patient receives a standard version of the prescription. For the time being, we have no decision making whether the data is then used in any way or not. I would like to, but I don't. But I think that this digitalization is ongoing. The data, in a very scarce scope, are being gathered, and they might be later on analyzed. We have the central register or a central registry of treatments that are being done on the patient. It's being implemented. Maybe in the future some kind of standard will be created that where, apart from information about medical procedures, we will have some more comments about what's happening later on, or maybe some tests that are carried out, and they can be stored in a standardized way for further analysis. But then we enter in the area of problems that digitalization poses. This is a very long-term and money-consuming process. When we look at the market, the verifiable data, the data that can be verified by medical centers, it's happening. We're going in that direction slowly but firmly. But the prescription is not the same thing that the patient took the medication, because sometimes you issue the prescription just in case, if you feel worse, buy this medication. And as you go on holidays, it's better you have this code. It's valid for a month. I myself have a a series of prescriptions that I never realized or bought the medication. I have a child in a preschool, so I do have it. And even if they buy it, we don't know if they take it, even if they take it properly, often. So it's not all true. I know, as I said, it's fragmentary, and it will take time before it's much more reliable. But we cannot be walking around with a magic wand to make miracles happen just like that right away. What's happening is that in those areas that are digitalized, it's possible to implement the support for the patient, for the doctor. It doesn't matter that we have to gather everything and then start doing analysis out of that. We can start with what we have and with what the doctor wants to assess. That would help the doctor make the decision faster and to double check it for the doctor. What we can gather now as data. Well, the first question you asked, in what time frame is it possible? I don't think we are in personalized preventive medicine, but we are now at the stage that in specific problems we can prepare algorithm based on AI, and it's going to be a method that's going to be helpful because it's going to be speeding some process up, or it will be making available a niche service more possible. And sometimes educating a histopathologist, it's not only 6 years, it's 10, 15, or maybe 20 years of experience of that person, and there's only one person that is able to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, considering they don't sleep. So it takes us 20 years to train somebody who is available 7 times a week. So we have to find the most problematic specializations and focus on gathering data and putting that into a project. We're now doing something like that that is going to analyze bacteria, and that can be done much faster than it was done before. We had to hire a lab, prepare 10,000 of samples, make scans, image pictures of that, describe it, but that allowed us to build an algorithm thanks to which we can significantly reduce the time of analysis that was previously done by a human being, and sometimes he needed like 30, 40 hours for that. Now, those algorithms take only 10 hours to do it. The same thing can be done with histopathological analysis. If we have to wait years to get to a specialist that is an expert in this kind of cancer, well, if a patient who has a cancer has two options: to wait 6 months to see a doctor and then to be diagnosed or analyzed by an AI, what would they choose? What conclusions would you have based on the data that you use for your application? We don't need personal data to create something useful out of that and teach the engine. So we didn't have any major issue convincing our partners, but how to gather the data, it's all about looking for solutions as part of the system. And I think it's the role of the government and of the managers. It's only a couple of hours away in Austria. It works completely different. They have a unified system of information about the patient that's called ELSA. Look, has a very nice name. All the patients are in ELSA, and every EHR system implemented in Austria has to communicate with ELSA. And in practice, every time we go to a doctor in Austria, privately, the doctor will see the history of a patient since the day the digital version of the data was implemented. Every citizen of Austria gives the consent to provide the data in anonymous way to authorized centers, universities, R&D centers to analyze the data. And those decisions about who can use the data in what way to any project is granted by the government's agenda that is operating under the government in Austria. Sometimes people disagree. When I spoke with people who implemented that system, said that very soon it turned very political. One politician connected that to his campaign, and he wanted people to be removed from the system. And there were 20 or up to 40% of people removed themselves from the system. But let's imagine how much data we have now as opposed to the people in Austria. Even if like 40% left, they still have 60% of people in the system. So even in those drastic steps, you have to find a solution to get more data. For that, you need an impulse, and there's no stronger impulse than from a regulator.
So eventually I'd like to ask if you can assume a hypothetical situation that artificial intelligence diagnoses us instead of a physician. So what about the very position of a doctor and medicine itself individually? So 1 or 2 minutes response. All regulations now say that there has to be a supremacy of a human being over a machine when it comes for a decision about the therapy and treatment. So sooner or later, the demography is merciless. So the scale of problem is too big, so it will take a very long time. There is a lot of problems in terms of regulation, adaptation, business for it to change. Of course, I agree with everything that the previous speaker mentioned. But we need to point out that first we need to reach a moment where the AI will become a tool that all doctors use. I think that all companies in this industry thinks of becoming, of IE becoming the most useful tool. When we think about all the equipment used by doctors, we want technology to become one. Artificial intelligence and in the general technology should be used by the doctor to operate at the highest possible level according to their skills, education, instead of dealing with administration and other stuff that can be automated. So we want to be a useful tool for the doctor. So inevitably, some functions will be replaced. Doctors will become more and more specialized and dealing with more and more complicated cases. Now we have nearly 2022, and we think that by 2030, in nearly 8 years, there will be a huge number of healthcare providers missing and doctors. So we have to think of supplying some technologies that will make the work of our doctors more efficient, where their individual human approach to the patients, their knowledge and experience will be most useful and important. I cannot disagree. Absolutely, I can't imagine an algorithm replacing a person who takes responsibility for diagnosis and treatment. I teach the students of medical studies, so I keep telling them that some data in medicine, some numbers in medicine will never be just numbers. It's about pain, some sensations that patients feel. It cannot be just put into Excel in form of numbers. So this contact with patient plus a suggestion from an algorithm is a direction we are going to, but certainly not a robot instead of a person. So the direction itself in some obvious situations is okay. It will be a big support, either from algorithm of or systems as a whole. Perhaps we won't need a visit to a physician anymore. So I found out from UK that several different cases are already diagnosed by a pharmaceutical specialist in the pharmacy. They don't need to go to a doctor. Here, our healthcare system is very much flooded or overloaded by minor visits that could be done by a person with different competencies with the support or IE. So this is an area that could be easily organized. We don't need advanced technology to do that. And another area we try to implement also is to support our doctor, even in the most more difficult cases, as a routine. So once they check, they look at the patient, they measure and calculate. Here, the support from artificial intelligence could be very useful. The things they do in 10 or 15 minutes could be done in 1 minute. So here, now the doctor will be able to sign or correct something that the algorithm would prompt him. So I think this will become reality in a few years. So optimization, and thanks to that, we would get better access to specialists that are in short supply. Yes. So diverging from legal topics and a question whether it's technically possible for algorithms to replace a human being, there is also a question of trust. Our generation of our parents, and to some extent our children, is a responsibility, needs a person who will take responsibility for a diagnosis which may end up in losing life. But I think that a very similar example showing where it could go is that also an important decision that can decide about our life or death is whether I am driving the car myself or if the car will drive itself. Our parents would never take this into consideration, that they can only be a passenger and the car would drive itself. For me, it's just a curiosity. And I think that for our children, they will be surprised to see autonomous cars. Next generation, which will grow up seeing only autonomous car, I think it's just a question of time. It's not if, but when. So people who will grow up seeing autonomous car won't find it so strange anymore to give their life into the hands of a machine. For our generation here, and maybe our children as well, we feel this need to have a face attached to the diagnosis, a face that has experience and education to make the decision, for us to feel safe. And I think that in 2-3 generations it won't be necessary anymore. So thank you very much to all our listeners. Tomek Kowalczyk, Neurosys Chairman, Piotr Krajewski, President of Cancer Center AIO, Cermedia AA, Agnieszka Sienicka from Physiology and Pathophysiology Department of Medical University in Wrocław, Miłosz Wiciński, Business Development Executive Intermedica, and last but not least, Szymon Zysko, BP R&B S3 Connected Health. Thank you very much for your time, and join us. Przemysław Ozga, moderated this meeting, and now so much knowledge. We could see it here and from our audience online. Thank you very much. That was the last panel on Made in Wrocław this year, the 5th anniversary in online and offline versions. Thank you very much for being here with us, being there at your computers, mobiles, wherever you are and wherever you supported us. Once again, thank you very much for this meeting. Our partners, I would like to thank as well. If you still have some power, wait, Cluster IT Corner and SODA Software Development Association, Poland, EBSL, the business development and Wrocław University is represented in this panel, and previously Polish Wrocław Universities of Economics, Technology and Medical, or other private schools, all our media partners and other partners, commercial chambers, British, American and German. So the last round of applause for our partners and sponsors. AI came to Wrocław. They showed what they can do. Lots of knowledge. I know you need to digest it. It's beautiful weather around here, so you can benefit from this warm autumn. So thank you very much, all our audience here and online. Let's meet at Made in Wrocław next year. Thank you very much.